deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Now, honorable members, this is probably our last day this year, and we have started with a few members today, this morning. I'm not too sure what tied down the members. So I order that the bell be rung, the division bell be rung for 10 minutes.
Good morning. You are watching the National Assembly live proceedings on this Thursday morning. The date is 3rd of December 2020, and the session has just begun with the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Cheboy, ordering that the bell be rung for 10 minutes. This is to allow for more members be given time to access the chamber, owing to the fact that the number has to reach a certain percentage, and as of this morning, the quorum has not yet been attained. A couple of motions are set to be debated in this morning's sitting, being the last day before the House proceeds on recess. The first motion is a procedural motion on the exemption of business. This is from a resolution of the House. The motion will be moved by the leader of the majority party, that this House orders that the business appearing in the order paper as orders number 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 be exempted from the resolution of the House, the date being 3rd of November 2020. This is in regards to prioritization of business during the period of November 3rd to December 3rd, 2020, and being Thursday morning, a day allocated for business, not sponsored by majority or minority party, or business sponsored by a committee. Another motion set up for debate is a motion by Honorable Mary Wamaua on the establishment of database centers in all civil registration centers in the country, that are aware that the Constitution of Kenya and Citizenship, as well as Immigration Act of 2011, provides that every citizen is entitled to any document of registration or identification issued by the state to citizens. This includes birth certificate, and further aware that Article 52, subsection 2 of the Constitution provides that a child's best interests are paramount.
They should not use the holding areas.
Dear viewers, the quorum has been achieved, and I'll now hand you over for the live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
This particular one, we have the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimunya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, December 3rd, 2020, in the morning sitting. 1, the report to Parliament on all new loans contracted by the government of Kenya from 1st of May 2020 to 31st of August 2020. Number 2, list of nominees to 4 National Government Constituencies Development Fund committees from the National Government Constituencies Fund Development Fund Board to the following constituencies: Ainabkoi, Chepalungu, Kasarani, and body. And number 3, the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2019 and certificates therein. The Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project, which is credit number 58120-KE, and Higher Education Loans Board, the State Department for Housing and Urban Development, and the State Department for Shipping and Maritime. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. And of course, the first one, which is the report on all new loans contracted by Kenya government, be referred to Budget and Appropriation Committee. So let's have the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, December 3rd, 2020. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Lands on its consideration of 1, the Senate amendment to the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, and 2, a petition by the shareholders of Chenze Ranching Cooperative Society Limited regarding irregular transfer of the ownership of Chenze Ranch. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. So we go to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
On this one, we have the member for Mount Elgon representing the committee. Is that the position, Honorable Kabondi? Honorable Kapondi, you have the floor. I do not know how to trace you from where. Is Honorable Kapondi in the House? You are looking a little shorter than your usual self. You have the mic now.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I wish to give a notice of motion on the National Government Constituency Development Fund that pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraph 5(2) and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 4 constituency committees of the National Government Development Fund, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 3rd, 2020. 1, Ainapkoi constituency. 2, Chebalungu constituency. 3, Kasarani constituency. And 4, Buru constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So we go to the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
On this particular order, we have a few questions. Our members have requested that we defer theirs. So I'll keep asking, and Honorable Jared Okello, I believe, is the one which was requested to be deferred. Yes, what is it, Honorable Member?
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Jared Okello had requested me to read the question on his behalf.
I do not have that indication.
He sent a letter.
Let me confirm if we have a letter, because that is what will guide us, because it can't be that you would simply...
I have a copy of the letter he sent.
Well, you probably even have the original, but we don't have any indication at all.
Okay.
So then it would be difficult for us to proceed in that manner.
Okay.
So let's go to the next member, because the information I have is that he had made a request that it be deferred. But I'll keep trying to locate if there is any letter. If there will be, I'll give you an opportunity. If there is none, I will not. We have. The next one is the member for Subukia, Honorable Kashobe. If he is in the House, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to ask question 365-2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. Could the Cabinet Secretary indicate when the Ministry will recruit a chief for way location of Subukia Sub-County, considering that said location has not had a substantive chief for the last 3 years, thus hindering services delivery to the residents of way location? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. That one will be replied to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. Next is by the member for Ganze, Honorable Teddy Mwambire. Honorable Mwambire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for according me an opportunity to ask question number 366 of 2020, directed to the Teachers Service Commission. 1. How many primary school head and deputy head teachers in Kilifi County are serving in the acting capacity, and has the Commission paid the acting allowances from the date they were appointed to act? 2. Could the Commission explain how long a teacher should serve in an acting capacity before promotion to the substantive position as head teacher and head or deputy head teacher? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That question is for written reply by the Teachers Service Commission. Next is a member for Sirisia, Honorable Major Retired John Waluke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 370 to the Cabinet Secretary for Industry, Trade and Cooperatives. Roman 1. Will the Cabinet Secretary explain measures being implemented by the government to develop and promote small and medium enterprises, bracket SMA, to enable them compete internationally? 2. What progress has the Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Projects, bracket KIPA, made to link emerging SMEs to global academians, researchers, and financial institutions, nationally and particularly in Sirisia constituency and larger Bungoma County? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Next is a member for Kilifi South, Honorable Shonga.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works, question number 376 of 2020. Roman 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the Mitangoni Mtwapa Road D556 connecting Kikambala, Vipingo, Majengo and Mtwapa within the vast Chonyi sub-county in Kilifi South constituency has been blocked from public use by a private developer by the name Vipingo Ridge Limited? 2, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the said road is open for use by the public and resumption of regular maintenance of the road by the Kenya Rural Roads Authority is undertaken? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. And honorable members, the next question, which would have been asked by Honorable Catherine Waruguru, I am in receipt of a letter by her requesting that it be deferred, and that one is acceded to. Now, coming back to the question by Honorable Jared Odoyo, I've also just received the letter confirming that he put it in writing and therefore proceed and ask on his behalf. He has actually mentioned including the name of the Honorable Sotsi as a person taking his stead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask question number 352/2020 on behalf of Member for Nyando, Honorable Jared Okello, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education, and it reads: 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details and breakdown of disbursement of school infrastructure funds since 2013, including specific amounts allocated to each school? 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances that led to the loss of funds estimated at over 1 billion Kenya shillings in every year since the inception of the Basic Education Capitation Program, giving details of the exact amount lost and the person culpable for the loss? 3. Could the Cabinet Secretary further explain whether the ministry engaged the services of the Ethics and Corruption Commission in carrying out investigation, and if so, what progress has been made so far? 4. What measures is the ministry taking to address cases of overpricing of items meant for schools, in particular the prices of the recently conceptualized government-funded desks and chairs, which are being procured at the rate of Kenya shillings 1,700 apiece in some cases? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So that one, for record, will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. The next segment in that particular order is replies to statement and a statement also by the Chair Budget. So we'll start by the Chair Budget. The statement by the Chairperson Budget, Honorable Kanini Kega. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. And I want to give a statement in regard to many questions that have been asked by members of Parliament in regard to Article 223. Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee is in receipt of a brief from the National Treasury highlighting additional expenditure that have been incurred under Article 223 of the Constitution in the current financial year. As per this article, the national government is allowed to spend money that has not been appropriated if the amount appropriated for any purpose under the Appropriations Act is insufficient, or if a need has arisen from expenditure which no money has been appropriated, or if the money has been withdrawn from the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, according to the brief that we have gotten from the National Treasury on the 15th of October 2020, the National Treasury has approved additional expenditure amounting to 36.1 billion shillings. These expenditures cut across various agencies, notably monies for the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, support for free primary education, substantial support for the Kenya Airways, additional support for Kazi Mtaani, provisions for desert, locust and security operations, among others. Mr. Speaker, the committee observes that the submission of this brief is significant improvement on the supplementary budget process, as it is in compliance with the committee's request that such information be presented early enough for approval by Parliament. Nevertheless, it is observed that for two approvals, the submissions were done beyond the 2 months as it is required, namely the provision for the Nairobi Commuter Railway and the Kenya Airport or Kenya Airways grant. Mr. Speaker, the committee is concerned that some of these expenditures incurred under Article 223 are not emergencies or unforeseen in nature, and therefore undermines the spirit of the supplementary budget process. Ideally, and according to Section 4A of the PFM Act, Regulations 2015, unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditures do not include expenditures that, although known when finalizing the estimates of the original budget, could not be allocated within the allocations. Indeed, any expenditure that can be deferred to the following financial year should not be presented in the supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, overuse of Article 223 of the Constitution does not only undermine the credibility of the budget process, but also undermines the role of Parliament in the budget-making process. This House is aware of the efforts we put in processing the budget, and to have all this effort undone through the supplementary budget process undercuts the role of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the revenue performance is below target, as reported in the quarterly economic budget review that was read in this House a few weeks ago. This means that the expenditure approvals will have to be met from either additional borrowing or expenditure cut. The National Treasury indicates that they are reviewing the performance of all the ministries and will be making proposals through the supplementary estimate. Mr. Speaker, given the amount of expenditure incurred and that these expenditures affect a number of MDAs, the committee would like to table this schedule to this House and recommend that it be submitted to the departmental committees for scrutiny in line with their respective mandates as we await the supplementary budget. In view of the limited fiscal space on account of depressed economy or economic activity and projected revenue underperformance, Honorable Speaker, members are urged to critically review the supplementary budget when it is presented to ensure that only the most critical expenditures will be approved. Importantly, the limitations on the introduction of new projects media should be upheld. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, this House should note that upon receipt of information from departmental committees, the committee will be seeking approval of the House through a special motion, unlike previously where expenditure under Article 223 was approved together with other in-year expenditure adjustments in the supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, when we received that letter from the Minister or the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, we invited them for a session, which of course they were able to come before us yesterday. And they say that they have already spent 17 billion shillings. They have approved 34 billion shillings, and they are also expected to spend more. But what they did not tell us is where they are getting the money. And they requested for more time for them to give us the actual supplementary budget, so that they can actually tell us where they are getting the money. Mr. Speaker, this House can remember that we have a huge fiscal deficit amounting to over 800 billion shillings, coupled, of course, with underperforming revenue. So it's a critical issue that we would request the departmental chairs and committees to critically look into, so that by the time now we will be making the final motion in regard to this, we'll have interrogated properly the documents that were presented to us. With that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Do you have any indication of which departmental committees are affected?
Mr. Speaker, yes, it's here. It's cutting across, Mr. Speaker. There is Koinange's committee, which of course is handling the metropolitan services and of course interior. There is defense, there is transport, there is education, there is, of course, treasury, that is be handled by finance committee, there is health, and housing, which of course is under transport.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, before we move forward, let me give at least 2 or 3 members. Let's start with the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me thank my chairman for that presentation and make the following observations, Honorable Speaker.
Brief ones, please.
Honorable Speaker, if you look at the Constitution and Article 223, you realize that 223 comes after the whole issue of Appropriation Act, meaning that the spirit is that, Honorable Speaker, even as you implement 223, Parliament will have appropriated resources. So, Honorable Speaker, the use of 223, and the more so intensive use of 223, is ambiguous to the budget-making process. And what I would urge departmental chairs, Honorable Speaker, to do is that, so as to take care of the fiscal deficit, is to look at the whole budget and see areas where we could already reduce what is already in the budget so as to accommodate these expenditures arising from the 223. But in reality, Honorable Speaker, the spirit of the Constitution is not to use 223 as an alternative to budget-making process. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Let's have Honorable Murungi Gadhuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want also to thank the Chair and Budget Committee for being honest with what is happening in Treasury. And Mr. Speaker, this morning in all the newspapers, the CS Treasurer has told us to embrace for tough times in this country. And Mr. Speaker, if he is telling us to brace for tough times, and then he is also spending a lot of money even before the committee approves that expenditure, then, Mr. Speaker, he is misadvising us, because he is the one who is making us actually to suffer. Because you can't spend all those billions without approval, and then you come to cry to the citizens. How do we help? Because, Mr. Speaker, Chair and your committee, please rain on those people, rain on Treasury. You know, as we speak, even members of this House, our staff have been paid only 2 months. They are going for Christmas, the New Year, festivities, no money. The NGCDF itself, zero. We have actually, no constituency has even gotten 0 shillings. 1 shilling, I mean, because we have 0. Even 1 shilling. The last financial year, some constituencies still have money pending. So you see, in order to what we say in special funds, Actually, the Auditor General declares that those citizens have not gotten value for money. Once you appropriate money in the budget, especially like what we do in NGCDF, and then the financial year ends without implementing those projects, the clause which is used by the Auditor General is that citizens do not get value for money. So we are very much afraid with the Treasury, and the committee to save us is Budget Committee and Finance Committee.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Anyonyi, if we can be brief, maybe more members will get.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm a very sad member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, just as my colleague is just mentioning, we are even going for a very long recess. CDF, where I'm a member, we have not received the money. I'm told that there's going to be some cut, and the Budget Committee, which is here, and I think it's quite competent to be able to assist the Treasury, to be able to actually have proper appropriation of the funds. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm getting lost, because even when we call the CS in Treasury, it doesn't even appear. I remember sitting in a place waiting for him to come and explain why we have not been given money for CDF, and members are here. They're going home. He couldn't even turn up. Something should be done in Treasury, and I think the Budget Committee, we want to ask you to be a bit more tough. Rain on these guys, because they are saying they're going to borrow money from where? This country is in big debt. You know, everywhere we have a problem. We are getting embarrassed. As a members of this House, Mr. Speaker, through you, we do the job. We have to oversight various committees and various ministries. Money is being spent left and right on things that are not priority for this country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this House must come up and be able to be counted in this time, because we are having a lot of embarrassment questions being asked, what are you doing?
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Budget Committee. I think let them do more than what they have done.
All right. So
Thank
let's
you.
have Mutunga Kunyidia. Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable
Brief,
Speaker, for the
honorable members,
opportunity.
brief.
Honorable Speaker, I belong to the Budget and Appropriation Committee, and I would like to defend my chair on only one issue, the fact that he actually came out very strongly yesterday before the Minister on the issues of this House. Our matters, he brought them very articulately to the Minister, and I believe the CS promised to do something about it before the end of this month. Honorable Speaker, having said that, there are issues that this House needs to be very careful about. Honorable Speaker, every year we pass a budget with a huge deficit. Every year, consciously, as a House, we always tell the government to borrow. We are the ones who pass it. Honorable Speaker, something needs to be done. We need to be conscious of what's happening in this country, because if this country doesn't borrow, we cannot do a single development project. Because if you look at the amount of revenue we generate, it is barely enough to pay for the debts and for the salaries. We have to borrow. It's an issue that we have to discuss as a House and make a very serious decision about. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, so let's make progress. We shall, I refer those particular issues. I see there is the members still want to speak to it, but the problem is you debate rather than making, because many members who have spoken, it really doesn't make, we don't need to open. Let's send it to the committees. Let's send it to the relevant committees. They will look at it in detail. And I know, obviously, members, you are members of those particular committees. And of course, the Budget Committee will engage with the Treasury in the normal manner, including the issues of supplementary budget. So let's move to the next one, which is by the committee, the chairperson, Committee of Security, National Security, Administration and National Security.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Let's be brief on this one so that we can move to the next item.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On Tuesday, I promised the House that I will respond to a statement sought by Honorable Kaunya, because it was a very, very urgent issue because of demonstration and there was a person who was shot at Malaba. And Honorable Speaker, I now wish to make the following statement and say that on the alleged shooting to death of Ezekiel Odera by a police officer, I wish to share with the House the following preliminary report on the investigation carried so far by POA on the matter. Honorable Speaker, this is a rapid response investigations report into shooting leading to death of Ezekiel Odera, which occurred on the evening of 27th November 2020, allegedly by Manaba police station officers at Roadblock Junction in Manaba town. The authority took up the matter on its own motion following information received through social media. The complaint was registered as IPOA/CMU/002743 of 2020. Honorable Speaker, the rapid response investigation finding established the following. 1, the officers from Malaba Police Station booked out on patrol to Malaba town on 27th of November at 1800 hours. 2, that the 2 police officers arrested a civilian who was not wearing a face mask and began beating him within roadblock area, hence attracting a crowd which protested against the action by police. That the arrested person refused to be placed in the Land Cruiser and the police officers left him. That one civilian threw a stone at the officers while they were heading to their vehicle, and that Corporal Maura, who was in blue police uniform, was hit by a stone on the back, and he turned and shot directly at the crowd. And sixthly, Honorable Speaker, Ezekiel Odera sustained gunshot injuries after the shooting, and he was rushed to Kocholia Sub-County Hospital, where he succumbed to the injuries. And seventhly, Honorable Speaker, Ezekiel Odera was part of the crowd that had not been arrested as per the allegation received. Corporal Maura was arrested and is currently in custody at Adungosi Police Station. The matter is pending under investigation by DCIO Teso North. Honorable Speaker, IPOA has so far accomplished the following task. 1, visited Kochorio Hospital and obtained certified medical treatment notes. 2, attended a meeting between the county police leadership and community leaders at Manaba Police Station to broker peace following the planned continued demonstration. And Honorable Speaker, I wish to state that the members of the community complained bitterly about the overstaying of the DCC and then the state of corruption in the police station. Also, they visited Malaba Police Station and obtained the following 4 certified OB extracts regarding the matter, incident report, duty roster, and arms removement register, recorded statements from 6 witnesses, sketched the scene of incident, visited the deceased family, and informed them that the authority has taken up the matter for investigations, identified officers who went for the operation for statement recording, and also compiled a rapid response report. Honorable Speaker, the following tasks are pending. Attend postmortem and obtain the postmortem from PM is scheduled for 1/12/2020, which has already taken place, Honorable Speaker. Also recording statement from the person who will have witnessed the postmortem and any other potential witness. And also summon 8 police officers who went for operation in the area where the incident took place and the in-charge armory for interview and statement recording. Recording statement of the suspect officer, obtaining remaining police documents, e.g. ballistic report and status of police investigation, compiling a full investigation report, and in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, let me indicate that the rapid response investigation revealed that indeed a civilian was shot by a police officer at roadblock, and as such, it is recommended that the full investigation be carried in the matter to unravel the exact circumstances that led to the said shooting with a view to taking necessary action. Finally, Honorable Speaker, let me state that IPOA officers have since held a meeting between the community leaders and senior police officers at Malaba led by OCPD, in which many recommendations were made and are being looked into. The area is now calm and normalcy has returned. Honorable Speaker, we await response now from the CS Interior, and we decided to make this advance information because we are going for recess. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. That is well said. So let's have the member for Honorable Oku Kaunya having the first shot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the response my chairman has given with respect to the fact that it's an interim report, particularly from the IPOA. It is more reflective of what actually happened on the ground than what was reported in the police station in the OB. The OB reported that the officer shot in the air, and of course, it also reported that the officer was shot on the chest and the bullet went through the back, which of course is contradictory because our experience is that there's no way a bullet is shot in the air, then it can come back and hit the chest and exit from the back. So I think the IPOA report, the interim report, is more reliable in this respect. Mr. Speaker, my expectation, of course, is that justice be done to the family of the late, and of course that some actions with respect to the statement I had given, Mr. Speaker, be taken. Some of the actions, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the transfer of officers who have overstayed in the station because they have lost productivity and most of them are now focused on corruption rather than doing the work. Mr. Speaker, information has it there are officers who have been there since 2008 in Malaba station. It's a border station, and there are issues that have been complained by the public. That, for example, Mr. Speaker, sir, officers arrest illicit brewers on Friday. And you recall, Mr. Speaker, this incident took place last Friday evening. What happens is that the illicit brewers and those who are not wearing masks are taken to the station. They stay over the weekend, and then demands for 5,000, ranging from 3,000 to 5,000, 10,000, are laid on the people because the person is suffering inside a cell and the cells are full. Some of the public fall into that, Mr. Speaker, and they have to pay to get out. Okay. Otherwise, the few, Mr. Speaker, who end up in court on Monday are those who are not able to afford. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say the interim report I really appreciate. And I expect that, Mr. Speaker, in the final report, we should be able to see justice. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Honorable Koinange for that interim report. However, Honorable Speaker, I know the committee has been moving around the country and they have seen the complaints and how long the officers have been in many of the stations. It is a widespread issue. I'm asking that the committee needs to have a recommendation that can become even a policy within the Police Service Commission, where officers do not stay for more than 3 years in one single station, so that within a certain period, all the officers, because you can find that now there you have an officer who have stayed from 2008 all the way to 2020. That's 12 years.
Yes,
Some of those officers having stayed for that length of period.
These are the officers who are taken there by Honorable Kawuja himself.
Yes, I know. But now he has seen the challenge. And I think he appreciates our complaints here as a former officer and a former deputy commander of the AP. So these are things that the challenges our people are going through. And I am asking the Honorable Chair that please, let's have it a countrywide, because all of us, even in Endebess, I have officers who have overstayed there for many years, and you are aware of the issue. So let's have them transferred all over the country.
Honorable Dawood, let's be brief, members, then we can give another extra one member.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I appreciate the answer the Chair has given. But, Chair, that answer will not suffice, because we need to change the way we do our policing, because we cannot be going with live bullets and shooting at people within whatever the provocation. Chair, there should be a policy guideline in the police service that they shoot in the air and not at people. That is important. The second, Chair, we should not criminalize people who do not have masks, because when you're picking them up from the streets without masks, where do you take them? To a congested cell where they will get more COVID. So, Chair, we should have a better policy than that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Wandai Opio.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. That was indeed a very good report from the Chair and Security. And if what is in that report is correct, which I believe it should be, then I think it raises a number of issues. As much as we want to look at the side of the public, we must also look at the welfare of these officers. Mr. Speaker, it is important that you try to visualize the situation in which the police officer was in. He's armed with a gun. The crowd is approaching menacingly. A stone has been thrown. It has hit the back of our police officer, allegedly. Mr. Speaker, we need to look at how we can actually equip police officers, in addition to training them, appropriately. I suppose we should have a policy of police officers going out to control crowds, armed with appropriate equipment. For instance, proper PPE, and also tear gas canisters, so that if this officer, if he was attacked, he would throw a tear gas canister rather than shooting to disperse the crowd. So let us look at this thing holistically. As we look at the interests of the public, which we must protect at all times, let us also realize that these police officers are human beings, and if their lives are threatened in the manner it is being suggested, they need to be supported with the proper equipment to defend themselves without necessarily harming the public.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we go to the next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, exception of business from a resolution of the House.
Leader Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the following procedural motion, that this House orders that the business appearing in order paper, as order numbers 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 be exempted from the resolution of the House of November 3rd, 2020, regarding prioritization of business during the period that November 3rd to December 3rd, 2020, being a Thursday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party, or business sponsored by a committee. Honorable Speaker, as members will be aware, on Tuesday, members did stay in this House up to close to 11 p.m., processing a very important bill, which is the T-bill, and also the amendments, the statute law, miscellaneous amendments bill. And I will need to, first of all, register my thanks for that commitment to stay that late. And it will be good to process those two bills to conclusion this morning. We've also been fortunate to receive a very important bill, which members may even note was included in the State of the Nation address, and it was critical for unlocking the affordable housing program on this the sectional properties bill. Again, this is something that has come from the Senate. The committee has dedicated time to look at it, and it would like to report that progress so that we make a determination this morning. And hence, we are appealing. And also, there's another major item that we would need to approve before we go home this afternoon, and on some accession of to the African Charter on Democracy. We are a regional player in Africa, and Kenya needs to show the rest of the world, the rest of Africa, that we are the forefront by endorsing some of these commitments. So because we consider this is high priority, we want to appeal to the members who have their private motions to give part of the time this morning so that we can process this and then go back to members' motions. And I want to undertake, on behalf of the House Business Committee, that we will continue prioritizing the private members, and if we need to even create a specific day to clear some of the matters in the pipeline, then we will do so.
Okay.
I also want to assure members that indeed, nobody needs to panic. Whether you have a motion pending, a petition pending, or a bill pending, I'll be moving this afternoon a motion to save all the bills that are pending so that they don't lapse just because a session is over. And then we can process them quickly. Hope that by February, things will have become better and we can have more time to clear on the business. So it's really an appeal to members that we give part of the time this morning, being private members' business time, so that we can process some of those urgent national matters, and then get back to the national matters proposed by members. I want to move and ask the Honorable Junet Mohammed to second.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Very well. So I propose a question, which is that this House orders the business appearing as in the order paper as order number 11, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 be exempted from the resolution of the House of 3rd November 2020 regarding prioritization of business during the period 3rd November to December 3rd, 2020, being a Thursday morning, a day allocated to business not sponsored by majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. I put the question, which is that this House orders that the business appearing in the order paper as order number 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 be exempted from resolution of the House of November 3rd, 2020 regarding prioritization of business during the period November 3rd to December 3rd, 2020, being a Thursday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Establishment of database centers in all civil registration centers in the country. Question to be put.
This had been canvassed and finalized, so I'll put the question, which is that aware that the Constitution of Kenya and the Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Act 2011 provides that every citizen is entitled to any document of registration or identification issued by the state to citizens, including a birth certificate. Further aware that Article 53(2) of the Constitution over the delays and long queues at civil registration centers and the challenges affecting registration of children by the Ministry of Education using the National Education Management Information System, NEMIS, in the country, this House urges the government to establish database centers in all civil registration centers for purposes of storing all necessary information required for issuance of birth certificates to all children, and put in place administrative mechanisms to ensure that every child is automatically issued with a birth certificate before the child attains the age of 3. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 10, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Statute Law, Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020. Question for agreement to be put and third reading.
So I put the question, which is that this House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Aren't we moving to the mover to move the bill? To move third reading, the mover. That's Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, be now read at that time. I also request Honorable Pukose to second.
Honorable Pukose?
I second, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. So I propose the question, which is that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, be now read a third time. Order. Order. And who is this? Who is this? This one. Now, you know, it's very difficult to identify a member with a big mask around the face. So that is sometimes lucky for them. So I will not mention because I have not, I cannot be able to clearly see who it is, and I don't want to make guesswork. So I put the question, having confirmed the House is properly corrected, which is that the Statute Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2020, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to make various amendments to statute law. Order number 11, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018. Question to be put.
Order, members. Order. Order, members. Order. Freezing include also not speaking to one another. So I put the question, which is that this House do agree. I put the question, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, subject to committal of new clause 32A. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 12, motion. Senate amendments to the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019.
Honorable members, this is a bill which only has one clause. I believe we can be able to canvass this and finalize within a record time, including the leader of majority, just moving it very briefly. Then we can save time because we have a few other issues. Oh, it's the chair, sorry. Sorry. So the chair, we can move it very quickly and get over with it.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I promise to move it very fast. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the motion that the Senate amendment to the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, be now considered. Honorable Speaker, the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019 is a bill which seeks to provide for division of buildings into units to be owned by individual proprietors and common property to be owned by proprietors of the units as tenants in common, and to provide for the use of management of the units and common property and also for connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, this bill was passed by the National Assembly on Wednesday, 9th of October 2019, and thereafter conveyed to the Senate in accordance with provisions of Section 110, Section 4 of the Constitution. Subsequently, the Senate considered the bill and passed it with an amendment on Thursday, 9th of October 2020. Honorable Speaker, the amendment was thereafter conveyed to the Departmental Committee on Lands on Thursday, 15th of October 2020. The committee subsequently considered the amendment on 2nd of December 2020 as contained in this report. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed that the Senate amendment to Clause 12.5 of the bill seeks to ensure that the subdivision or the consolidation of the sectional plans are properly demarcated in accordance with the survey plans prior to being amended and subsequently registered by the registrar. Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that the amendment passed by the Senate is an improvement to the bill and was persuaded that the original sectional plans as endorsed by the surveyor should guide the subdivision or consolidation of the sectional plans to ensure the maintenance of standards and regulations.
Order, member. Order, member. It's not about the bowing. It is about going all the way. So the member for Shinyalu, and you know you are a seasoned member yourself, do the needful. Even if you are attracted very seriously to any member on the other side, you must go the whole hog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee noted that the amendment passed by the Senate is an improvement to the bill and was persuaded that the original sectional plans as endorsed by a surveyor should guide the subdivision or consolidation of the sectional plans to ensure the maintenance of standards and regulations are the same before they are registered by the registrar. Honorable Speaker, we also noted that most of the times the Chief Land Registrar is not a surveyor. So we found this amendment to be extremely important. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to agree to the Senate amendment to the Sectional Properties Bill, to the National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I ask the Leader of Majority to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Leader Majority Party, please.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second the agreement with the Senate amendment. Again, like I alluded in the moving notes on the procedural motion, this is one of the bills where we have had little contestation with Senate, and we've improved the bill through that amendment. We agree with it, and hence we really don't want to belabor the point because we started the bill here. We debated it here. They've only added an extra clause which is non-contestable. And hence, I would just urge the House that we pass. We don't even need to debate. We pass this bill so that we then allow ourselves to go into a committee to formalize the bill and have it signed. With those few remarks, I beg to second.
Thank you. So I propose a question which is that the Senate amendments to the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019 be now considered. I put the question, which is that the Senate amendment to the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019 be now considered. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 13, Committee of the Whole House.
Order members, we are getting ready for the committee of the whole. The members who are walking out of the chamber, please do so as we get ready for the business, and with the chair of the committee getting in. So we are considering Honorable members, we are now in committee to consider the T-bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018.
Senate Amendment to Clause 12. New Clause 32A.
Mover to move the second reading of the new clause. Honorable Tiren.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, new clause that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 2 as it appears on the order paper.
Go ahead, Honorable Tiren.
It should be, okay, to be read a second time. Should I continue? Okay, I beg to move the clause, the new clause. I move that clause 32 be read a second time.
You're moving second reading of the clause.
The second reading. To be now read a second time. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So should I read the clause?
Just explain, Honorable Tiren.
Okay.
You're doing it anew.
Yeah, I'm doing it anew. Okay, that is that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after the clause 32, as it is on the order paper, to be read a second time. Now, I want to explain that why we are doing this is that the offense relating to the body corporate, as we had explained the other time, it was not clear. And this time what we have done is that we have separated, which I thought I should read for members to be able to get it clear, what the Bill 32 32A.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Where an offense under this act is committed by the body corporate of any other association, the offense shall be deemed to have been committed by the director, a partner, or any other person involved in the acting or purporting to act in the management affairs of the body, corporate, or association. Then 32A, subclause 2, it shall be a defense to the charge under this section where the court is satisfied that A, the act or omission constituting the offense took place without the person's knowledge, or the person took reasonable steps to prevent the omission of the offense, which I think we had discussed at the time, and I think the main challenge was it was not clear. And now that's why we've separated with being subclause 1 and 2. Thank you.
Honorable members, are you done, Honorable Tiren? No. Just move. Have you finished moving? Okay, I'm going on to propose the question, which is that the new clause be now read a second time. Honorable Dawood, do I see you want to contribute?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if you read the clause, the part B, it is, I think it should have been left without that because the court is there to interpret the law. So when it is already providing a defense there, I do not understand why the defense has already been provided. Then it should completely be removed.
Honorable Dawood, come again, please.
Madam Chair, I do not agree with number 2 because if there is an offense committed and it is going to court, it should be the court to decide if the defense is good enough or not. But already in 2 it says it's a defense to the charge where you are charged under 1. So I think it is contradictory to me. It does not work.
Maybe the chair will have some time to clarify. Honorable Manzo, do you want to speak to the same?
Yes, as a practitioner of law, I would like to say that what is happening here is what we call the lifting of a veil of a company. Ordinarily, this offense may be committed by an individual or by a company. So in the event it is committed by an individual, then it is straightforward what Honorable Dawood is saying. But in the event it has now been committed as a company, and the company has been sued, or the representatives of that company have been charged in a criminal court, then if they were never aware, during their defense, then they will show who was responsible. And if they took steps to prevent it, then they are not liable. And I think it is in order, it's correct, because it is going into uncharted territory. We have not legislated on this part of law, and it has now come out clear from Parliament so that the court does not cause misinterpretation or is not used to let people escape unnecessarily. So this amendment is perfect the way it is. I support it.
So I hope Honorable Dawood's concerns are rested, but let's have Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually support this bill. In this country, many things have been done in the names of corporate bodies, and the individuals behind them go scot-free. But I think this brings a situation where you know that as a leader in the corporate body, you will be held accountable. I don't think the concern of Honorable Dawood is really as serious as things, because 2 says it shall be a defense to a charge under this section where the court is satisfied that, which means his concern that the court should decide is carried in that. Therefore, I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Chair, do you want to say something? You can use the next mic.
Thank you very much, and I think thank you for the support. And I think it's high time also that we separate. And my colleague, thank you very much for bringing it out clearly, because see, all the time people have been hiding inside the institutions or the corporate. So this time is that if you trying to do something, if you try to do something and hide inside the corporate or inside the institution, you will be held liable. So I think members, please let's support it and we move forward. Thank you.
Should I go on to put the question? Yes. Okay, I put the question, which is that the new clause 32A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to propose the question, which is that the new clause 32A be part of the bill. And if there is no interest in further contribution, I'll go on to put the question. And I now put the question that the new clause 32A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I'll go on to call upon the chairperson to move reporting. Honorable Chiren.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move the Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee of the report to the House its consideration of the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, and its approval thereof with amendments.
And I go on to put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we will move to the next bill. We will move on to consider the Senate amendments to the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019.
Senate amendment to clause 12.
So there being no amendments to clause number 12, I propose the question that the Senate amendments to clause 12 be now approved. And I go on to put the question, which is that the Senate amendments to clause 12 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now call upon the mover to move reporting. The leader of majority, is it? Yes. Honorable Leader, I think you can borrow to use the next one. Yeah. Maybe the technical people can work on them.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Sectional Properties Bill, which is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, and its approval thereof without amendments.
And I go on to put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, and its approval thereof without amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Let us have the chairperson to report to the House. Honorable Speaker. We are starting with the table. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well. The mover to move agreement with the report. The mover, yes.
T-Bill.
You're on the T-Bill.
the mover to report the agreement of the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also ask the Honorable Tiren to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
I second.
You second. Members, I propose the question for agreement with the reports, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I move on to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of these opinions say aye? And as many as of contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it. Can we have the mover of the bill to move the third reading?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Tiren to second.
Honorable Tiren for seconding.
Thank you. I second the bill.
With that, I propose the question, which is that the T-Bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, be now read a third time. Just let me have Barire to make a comment. Honorable Barire. Honorable Barire. You can use the next, yes. Yes. Of course, it is sanitized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to really say that today is one of my happiest days as a member of Parliament, because we've managed to walk a very long walk on this T-Bill. And I know that as a Committee of Agriculture, and by extension the entire House, we've done just what is right for this country and for the tea farmers in this country. Madam Speaker, I want to really, in a very special way, coming from a place, a county and a constituency where tea farming is key, I really want to thank the government for bringing this for taking a lot of interest in this issue of tea. I want to particularly thank the Honorable Peter Munya, the CS Agriculture, who's really been very, very consistent in the fight for the tea reforms. I also want to thank our committee members who I know we were under immense pressure to fall into certain traps of certain cartels, Madam Speaker, but we stood our ground. We were firm. I want to thank the chair, Honorable Tiren, who gave proper leadership in that committee, and the entire membership of Agriculture Committee, and especially so members of Parliament from tea growing zones in that committee who sat long, long hours to make sure we did the right thing for the farmers. To the farmers, I want to tell you that it is time to make this happen, and we are looking forward to doing the same in coffee sector, milk sector, fishing industry, cotton sector. The time to make GMR possible without even having to go to a referendum for BBI is now, and we have already started with the tea bill. And with those many remarks, I thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, we are on third reading. Honourable members, you're just making a comment. I'll give only one more. Honourable member for Seme, you call.
Madam Speaker, I also want to say how important this is. Although this is in the Tea Act and probably restricted to the tea area, but I think this principle, particularly of unveiling the people behind certain acts in corporations, could extend, and probably our JLIC should look at a way that it could be extended across, so that people do not hide behind corporate bodies and do things and get away with it. I hope that this will now not just be restricted to the Tea Act, but should be extended across the board. It will be a great contribution to our fight against corruption. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well.
Do you agree with me?
Members, order, 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 Honorable. Let me not mention the name, we are still, but members, I therefore put the question to the T-bill, which is that the T-bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018, be now read a third time. Will as many as of the opinion say aye? And as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation, development, and promotion of the tea industry and for connected purposes.
Very well. We move to the reporting of the Senate amendment to the section of properties. Oh, the chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Senate amendments to the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, and approved the same without amendments.
The move of the bill to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I also request the Honorable Caleb Kostani to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Do you have the mic for seconding?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question for adoption, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said reports. I move to put the question, as demanded requested by the House, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said reports. Will as many as have the opinion say aye? And as many as have the opinion say nay? Members, the ayes have it.
Order number 14, motion, approval of the accession to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance.
Can we have the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, to move the motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the accession to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 17, 2020, and pursuant to the provision of Section 8, Subclause 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the accession to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance by the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, this is one of the 6 African Union charters that were supposed to be, ratified by the African states. And actually, Kenya had previously ratified 5 of them, so this is the 6th one. So if this House ratifies this treaty, Kenya will be compliant to all the 6 African Union charters. One is the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights. The second one is the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa. The third one is the African Youth Charter. The fourth one is the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The fifth one is the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption. And those 5 of them, as a state, Kenya has ratified all of them. So the 6th one is the one before the House now, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Good Governance. Madam Speaker, this treaty is basically about adherence to the universal values and principles of democracy and respect for human rights. It promotes the respect for the rule of law, periodic free and fair elections, consolidation of democratic institutions, and the rejection of unconstitutional changes of government. Madam Speaker, it has 53 articles. Let me just rush through because of time, very few of them. First of all, it is also good to note that actually it has been long overdue because it was adopted by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the AU on 30th January 2007, and we are now in 2020. And it was signed, or it entered into force on 15th February 2012. That is after ratification by 15 African states. And as of March this year, 34 and 46 states had ratified and signed the charter, respectively. Kenya signed on 28 June 2008, and the commencement of the accession process of the charter was approved by Cabinet on 19th March this year. Then it was processed through this House, Madam Speaker. So if you go through the articles, especially Article 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, these outline the declaration by the state parties of the intention to promote democracy, rule of law, and human rights, ensure, as I said earlier, constitutional rule and transfer of power, and ensure the full enjoyment of human rights, strengthen the human rights organs of the African Union. The issue is to eliminate all forms of discrimination, promote sustainable development in their policies and programs, and entrench the principle of the supremacy of the Constitution in the jurisdictions, respectively. This is very, very important because even at this moment we are talking of constitutional changes as a country. This treaty talks of entrenching the principles of the supremacy of the Constitution. If you look at Article 11, 12, and 13, the states undertakes, the state parties undertakes to promote a culture of democracy and peace within their respective jurisdiction, including by ensuring transparent, very, very critical, and I underline transparent and accountable administration, strengthening political institutions, creating conducive conditions for civil society organization to exist and operate within the law. And of late, I haven't heard much of the civil society in this country. But this charter, Madam Speaker, is actually it's emphasizing on the creation of conducive conditions for the civil society organization to exist and operate within the law, and integrating civic education in educational curricula. Article 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 contains undertaking by the state parties to hold regular, transparent, free, and fair democratic elections, and to establish and strengthen independent and impartial national electoral bodies responsible for the management of elections. This is debatable because you even saw what is happening in the US. They just finished the elections, and there are claims that they were not independent or impartial. But the African Union Charter, this treaty, emphasizes on the creation and the strengthening of these independent and impartial national electoral bodies responsible for the management of the election. B, to strengthen, to establish and strengthen national mechanisms that redress election-related disputes in a timely manner. And I think this is always quite emphasized in our country, because should there be a dispute, we always head to the courts, to the Supreme Court for that purpose. And I think they have been redressed in a timely manner as enshrined in our Constitution. C is to ensure there is fair and equitable access by contesting parties and candidates to state-controlled media during elections. We are seeing around the region, actually, just one of our neighbors, that is the Republic of Tanzania, the United Republic of Tanzania, just finished the election. Kenya is going into the election in the next maybe 1.5 years. Uganda, the same. Somalia, the same. But as a region, this need to be very clear, because we are all parties to African Union. The issue of having fair and equitable access by contesting parties and candidates to state-controlled media during elections. So at times, as we ratify these treaties as state parties in the region, maybe there is a need for actual implementation, because it's not just enough to ink, to put ink on paper, but I'm talking of the region. As a region, a lot needs to be done. D, there is need to ensure that there is a binding code of conduct governing legally recognized political stakeholders, government and other political actors prior, during, and after elections. And it is good for members of this House that it's good to know that from the experience, we always rush to read and acquaint ourselves to this very important code of conducts at the last time, the last minute, 11th hour, when even the membership in the House is not more than 10 members. And then when you go out there, you are the stakeholders, you are the players, and then you find they may not be friendly, or they act against us. Madam Speaker, Article 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 26th outline the agreement by the state parties on various acts which constitute an unconstitutional change of government that may attract sanctions from African Union. Under the provisions, Madam Speaker, the state parties agrees not to harbor or give sanctuary to perpetrators of unconstitutional changes of government, and to bring perpetrators of such changes to justice, or take necessary steps to effect their extradition. So it is very critical, and I allow just me to finalize by saying that if we ratify this treaty and implement it, it is going to enlarge our democratic space in terms of elections, human rights, and democracy. Madam Speaker, because of time, I want to end there, beg to move, and with your permission, allow the Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo to second.
Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo for seconding.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to second this motion that has been moved by the Honorable Chair, Committee of Foreign Affairs and Defense, and Foreign Defense and Foreign Relations on the African Charter on Elections. And just 1 minute, let me get my document right. I beg to move the motion that has been. I'm seconding the motion that has been moved by the Chair on African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, and I want to second it on the basis of its compliance with our Kenyan Constitution, and also I want to second it on the obligations the Charter has on its transparency and accountability on matters governance, and its provisions for the independence of the judiciary. We realize that lately there has been talk on matters of independence of judiciary, and this particular charter well addresses this, and it further provides for implementation of programs that promote democratic principles and practices. It also adopts legislative and administrative measures that guarantee the rights of women, ethnic minorities and migrants, persons with disabilities, refugees, and displaced persons, including marginalized and vulnerable social groups, and it does provide for setting up of institutions to fight corruption. And this very charter, Madam Speaker, condemns the unconstitutional change of government and provides for possible framework for international prosecution of persons who forcefully take over government through domestic legal channels, and it allows for regional mechanisms to be invoked in domestic mechanisms if domestic mechanisms fail to prosecute such individuals. I've already mentioned, Madam Speaker, that the Charter is not in conflict with any provisions of the Kenyan Constitution. It is consistent with Kenya's constitutional values and objectives and various statutes that have been enacted by the Constitution. And on matters policy, the Charter's provisions are consistent with the Constitution, and state obligations have been domesticated through various laws and institutions in Kenya. And I want to specifically mention the Elections Act of 2011, the Political Parties Act also of 2011, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commissions Act of 2011, and the County Government Act of 2012. Kenya holds periodic elections as provided for in the Charter, Madam Speaker. And also allow me just to mention that, on financial implications, provisions of the Charter have been domesticated within the domestic legal framework. Therefore, financial obligations will continuously be catered for through normal budgetary estimates of the relevant institutions, Madam Speaker, and consequently, the implementation of the Charter will be under the collective responsibility. It will be under the collective responsibility of the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Justice, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of Government. And with those few remarks, I beg to second.
Very well. Members, I propose the question, which is that the House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the accession to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 17, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the accession to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance by the Republic of Kenya. The first one is the member for Baringo. The Honorable, yes, I understand she's consulting. Then now we can give the member for Makueni, the Honorable Manzo Kitunga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very happy to support the approval of accession to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. When we were in university, the Baju Charter, which was the African Charter on Human Rights, was very popular, which was done in Baju, and the chair has alluded. Now we are on the 5th charter, and therefore there have been quite a number of charters, and they have been very useful to the country. And bearing in mind that this started in 2007, and bearing in mind into the coups which have been in some parts of Africa, and us be part of the African Union, and be even having chaired at one point, it is important to have a general guideline or an agreement between states, so that when one state falls short of this, there are issues as to when another state is trying to organize itself, and you have known. That's why you have seen issues like armies, like the Amazon, going to one country to help quell conflict. In 2007, Kenya was in a real crisis after election. And that's why now we have come up with the BBI to make sure that in future elections, there's no need to fight after an election. In fact, the best example which even African, the whole of Africa can take is the election of President Kibaki in 2002. He won the election, and the opposition then was also happy with him. I was happy for him. In fact, I remember that time President Uhuru Kenyatta conceded to the election, and it sorted out a lot of electoral issues, and he took up as a leader of opposition. And life went on, and he lived to fight another day. And sure enough, 10 years later, he became president of the Republic of Kenya. Therefore, this is to ensure that after an election, and that's why you've heard we are our own constitution. This particular charter is within it, and many other municipal laws we have here, like the County Elections Act and the county election and the national elections, so that after an election, there's no likelihood of a fight or a strife. And ordinarily, what happens when there's civil war in any country in Africa or any country in the world, women and children suffer most. The economy of the country sinks. Already the economy of the world is sinking because of COVID-19. And one of the worst things to happen is, with all these COVID-19 complications, after an election, a country goes into war. Just after 2017, Kenya was almost going to war. This side of the house and the other side of the house, we were very nasty to each other, and it was a very uncomfortable position out of the time the handshake happened. And if Kenya went like that, I'll be wondering, with the complications of COVID, where as a nation will be today. I've even heard the president confess that one of the stabilizing things to have happened to his government was a handshake. And we wish things will be like that in future, and for many countries in Africa. Things will be like in 2002 in Kenya, where you win an election and you bring all Kenyans together and you work with all Kenyans and you take care of all Kenyans. I think President Kibaki will live to be a very, very good example to many presidents in the country. And I dare challenge members of this house, because I know some of them here will end up being presidents. I think the best role model one could ever have is President Kibaki. And you know, the chair, Honorable Katoa, worked very closely with him. So Honorable Katoa, I wish you well, and I'm sure you have learned well from President Kibaki. And I wish many other nations could copy what President Kibaki did. And that's why we are looking into a future where there are discussions, where everybody is carried on board, where everybody's ideas are important, and where we develop the country without discriminating, and make sure that every Kenyan is happy. If we do that, I believe, from this African Charter on democracy, elections, and governance, then we are going to have a better Africa and a better world. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to support.
Then let me have the member for Endebes, Honorable Ukose Robert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think this is a very historic day for this country, that the current parliament is accenting to the African Charter for Democracy, Elections. And when you look at the articles of this charter, and especially the objectives on Article 2, to promote, one of them is, there are 13 objectives. Among them is to promote adherence by each state party to the universal values and principles and democracy and respect for human rights. Madam Speaker, this is very important. When you go to Article 2, I was looking at subclause 10, where you have condemnation and total rejection of unconstitutional changes of any government. I think this is very important, and it is good that when we are looking at what we are accenting to, we must be alive to what are these matters. Madam Speaker, in Article number 6 of Article 3, subclause 6, it talks of promotion of gender equality in public and private institutions. This is where we must also be able to respect this, and we must be able to ensure that we have gender equality in all these matters. It talks of effective participation of citizens in democratic and development processes and in governance of public affairs. Transparent and fairness in the management of public affairs, condemnation and rejection of any acts of corruption, related offenses, and impunity. And this refers to the Maputo Declaration of the 2003, for which Kenya is a signatory. We also talk of strengthening political pluralism and recognition of the role, rights, and responsibilities of legally constituted political parties, including opposition political parties, which should be given a status under the national law. And when you look at the PPI, we're talking about issues of creating the office of the official opposition, which I think is a good improvement. But when you look at article in subclause 4 article, in chapter 4, article number 10, it says the state parties shall entrench the principle of the supremacy of the Constitution in the political organization of the state. It also goes to say, further to say that the state shall protect the right to equality before the law and equal protection by the law as fundamental precondition for a just and democratic society. The state parties shall ensure that the process of amendment or revision of their constitution reposes on national consensus, obtained, if need be, through a referendum. And what you see, many of the other players in this PPI, Madam Speaker, are asking for national consensus. And this is what this charter is talking about. We must have consensus. We must be, everybody is equal. Everybody must be listened to, whether it's the church, whether it's a civil society, whether in any political party. Then we must have a national consensus in when we are making amendment to our constitution. So we must be alive to what is it that we are accenting to. We are accenting to matters that it makes it mandatory for us to make sure that we listen to each other and make sure that if we're going to do any constitutional amendment, there must be consensus. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support.
Yes, support. Let me have the member for Mandera North, Honorable Abdullah Sheikh, having the floor. The member for Mandera North. Yes, you can use.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, I want to start by saying that I fully support this motion, which is actually about the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. Basically, it's an initiative by the African Union, and the aim of this thing is actually to provide African solutions to African problems. And the whole thing, of course, there are a number of articles in the Charter, dwells mostly on issue of governance. Issue of governance, issue of human rights, and issue of elections. And of course, this thing was adopted by the AUF states in 2007. It has actually delayed quite some time. It's rather unfortunate, but however, never too late. And I think we should have done it much earlier. But I think it's not yet late. We are now doing it, and I'm sure the House will find it prudent to agree with the committee. The most important part on this thing is the issue of saying about governance and elections. And in this country now, we are talking about amending parts of the Constitution. Why are we amending this part of the Constitution? It's because we have seen problems that have bedeviled this country much earlier on issue of elections. Elections will happen, all of a sudden then we have issues of conflict, chaos, and people not to say, I won. The other one says, I have not lost, something like that. So when you look at the whole idea is to ensure, to strengthen issue of governance. This charter also talks about independence and holding to governments to account. I have noted specifically, it talks about the independence of the judiciary. Now, the jury is still out there. What do we mean by independence of the judiciary? Even in the BBI right now structure, different groups, different individuals are interpreting the issue of independence of the judiciary. But this charter advocates and guarantees that member states ensure that the judiciary is independent. One of the things that are in BBI now is the issue of ombudsman. How independent is it? Is the independence in terms of appointment, or is the independence in terms of functions or performance? So we seem not to understand when we talk about independence of the judiciary. Appointments, how independent is it? Or the functions or the job that that person is supposed to perform, is it independent? The other thing is, they talk about coups that used to happen before, or people not accepting results. And this is about African nations. And so when we looked at this, the entire agreement, it's actually very good. The most important part is, are we going to implement as African states? All the articles are in tandem with our constitution, are not in conflict with our laws and regulations. But we have also seen the African Union itself not being able to stamp their authority on many African countries that go against the same charter they have signed, they have ratified. So we are talking about an African Union which is toothless. This is very good, it's in paper, quite in order. But how do we also implement? We don't have. Do we have African courts where we can try It's very good, and as a country, as Kenya, it's right time that we have actually ratified, and today we will ask the House to agree and approve the agreement. Thank you very much.
Very well said. Let me have the member for Funyula, Honorable Undo Jambo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the adoption of the Charter on democracy, generally speaking. Honorable Speaker, democracy is the hallmark of a modern society. Honorable Speaker, democracy means that every man has got his say, the majority have got their say, but the minority must also be listened to. The issue of democracy in Africa has been a case of study for many, many years. Indeed, the just concluded elections in Tanzania gives a glimpse on the mutating face of democracy in Africa. The ongoing campaign chaos in Uganda gives a glimpse on how people, or Africans, regard democracy. So, Honorable Speaker, as we stand here today, Kenya is a member of the Democratic Society, and therefore it behooves us to subscribe to the Charter. As we do so, Honorable Speaker, we must not lose the fact that Kenya has gone through a turbulent period in terms of an attempt to adhere to democracy. Prior to the removal of Section 2A of the Constitution, Kenya was more or less a one-party state, that the KANU government or KANU party never brooked any form of opposition. But with the repeal of Section 2A, we ushered in the multi-party democracy. But for the two elections, 1992 and 1997, there was really no much of an election because the results were already predetermined. Probably the only time this country has ever held a truly democratic election where the winner was acknowledged and appreciated by everyone was the election of 2003, where Honorable Mwai Kibaki became the President of the Republic of Kenya. Thereafter, our attempts on democracy and the will of the people has ended up falling short of expectation. And that's why you find in the 2017 election, the Supreme Court observed and clearly ruled the elections were not being held in compliance with the law and the democratic tenets. We do believe that signing this charter and the reforms that we are undertaking through BBI will help solve the problems we have had about the management of elections and cases where the will of the people is subverted by some amorphous system that seems to have to make up its mind who becomes the presidential winner and who does not become. Honorable Speaker, of course, during the last election, we heard of vifaranga vya computer where the scores or the results were consistent, 54.3% in very many results. We do believe that we are not just signing the charter for purposes that it has been brought to us to approve and have the government sign, but we do believe and we trust and hope those charged with shepherding democracy, because democracy, the hallmark of democracy, is an election where the winner is acknowledged as won and the loser accepts they have lost and seek other legal means to challenge the victory or otherwise. We do hope that once we conclude BBI, we would have set a stage for this country to espouse and adhere to democratic credentials as a country that respects the will of the people. What happened in 2007 was a shame and a blow to this country. We hope the empty rhetorics being bandied around by some sections of the political class will not bring this country to that level again. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The member for Kamkunji, Honorable Habdi Yusuf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to support this particular important convention, the Charter, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Good Governance. And I think this is a very timely convention for us, given the fact that it supplements our constitutional, the 2010 Constitution, which underpins the importance of constitutionality, democracy, respect for human rights, the rule of law. And that we are a society, a modern society, that has rules and regulations which puts us among the civilized nations of the world. I particularly would like to highlight Article 3, which forms the basis of this particular charter. And it says, state parties should implement this charter in accordance with the following principles: respect for human rights and democratic principles. It also emphasizes access to and exercise of state power in accordance with the constitution of this state party and the principles of the rule of law. It is also important to point out an issue that has bedeviled Africa, issues of coup d'etats and violence in elections. And one of the articles emphasizes that once we commit ourselves to this charter, we would not allow the seizure of power by forceful means, through a military coup d'etat or any other means. And I think this particular charter is so important for us if we look at what is happening around us now. If you look what has happened in Tanzania, what is happening in Uganda, what's happening in Ethiopia, and what is happening in Somalia, that in fact this charter is quite relevant and important in underpinning the African continent's forward to democracy and stability. And without having legislations, institutions, and the processes that respect democracy and the rule of law, our continent is not going to be stable and peaceful and would never achieve its full potential. And therefore, I welcome and encourage our Parliament to accept and approve this important charter, which would re-emphasize and energize and empower us more as we move forward to face many of the challenges that we face as a country. Thank you.
Very well, let's have the member for Rimbari Chache, Narabitongi Nyangaka. Please use the next, yes. Move to the next one, the Honorable Tongi. I think we have some issues with the mics, but they have been looked into. Honorable Tongi, or you can use the dispatch box.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for indulging me, and of course the technology challenges they're in. Madam Speaker, as the Vice Chairman of Defense and Foreign Affairs, I stand to support this motion. I support it because I believe in it, Madam Speaker. The world over, we all are good people, but unless we put systems in place, even good people becomes bad people. And we are working towards ensuring that we are putting systems in place which will mitigate or discourage people who would otherwise have been good people becoming bad people. We have seen countries, Madam Speaker, failing, not because they were meant to, but because they didn't put systems in place to safeguard the democracy and the desire of the majority of the people. Take an example of America, USA today, Madam Speaker. Because of the system that they put in place, that's why they are going to have a seamless kind of transition of power from one president to the next one. I would not want to imagine what would have been if they didn't have that kind of system in place, where the systems work, where people know what they're supposed to do, without having to wait for the command or directive of the president. And that's what we are aspiring to do as African leaders. We have seen in the past how many African countries have gone under. They would have been saved, Madam Speaker, if we had had this kind of system in place. The Charter is meant and is attempting to address the challenges that come with bad leadership. Because if we cannot have something to measure, if we cannot measure it, then we cannot be able to reward it. The motion, the ratification is meant to ensure that all African leaders, countries, and their leadership are going to speak from one voice in reference to the charter that has been signed. My colleagues who have spoken ahead of me, Madam Speaker, have given examples of the countries in Africa who have messed, who have destroyed their economies, who have killed their people, who have maimed the women, who have killed the children, all in the name of fighting for power. But that will be a thing of the past once we have passed this charter, which is going to be anchored under the African Union. The Charter, among other issues, Madam Speaker, is attempting to address the economic challenges. Because once we agree amongst ourselves, under one table, that we are having one of the biggest economy by virtue of the resources that God has given us, if we agreed amongst ourselves as leaders that we have what it takes to drive this economy of Africa to the next level, Madam Speaker, then we are going to continue whining and complaining, yet we have what God has given us, Mother Nature has given us, we should be able to drive our economies to the next level. Research and scientists have done research and they have come up with the findings that the next fighting, the next big economy, the next growth in terms of population and the economy would be in Africa. But how prepared are we, Madam Speaker? Like Mother Teresa would have said, that clean the front of our houses and the entire world would be a very clean environment to live in. If as leaders we make our contribution, we do our bit, then the rest of the story will be good. The rest of the African countries will have succeeded, Madam Speaker. Because I have seen the interest on part of my colleagues who want to contribute into this motion, Madam Speaker. I support it, and I support because I believe in it. It's going to address the challenges that we're having as a country and as an African continent. I support.
Very well. Let's have the Honorable Gatti Danita. The Honorable Danita Gatti.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to really support this motion. Madam Speaker, I want to quickly say that today is the International Day for Persons with Disabilities in the world, Madam Speaker. And really, Madam Speaker, allow me to just quickly say that really I want to celebrate persons with disabilities resilience, Madam Speaker, in this country. And Madam Speaker, this motion, that is the African Charter for Democracy and Elections and Governance, Madam Speaker, that has been fronted by the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations, Madam Speaker, is a charter and is a motion, Madam Speaker, that is coming at a time when we will be celebrating the International Day of Human Rights, Madam Speaker, on the 10th of December. And it's quite timely, Madam Speaker, that this is a motion we are discussing and debating in this House. Madam Speaker, this motion, or this charter, Madam Speaker, is a charter that really seeks to address the challenges and the issues that we have as a continent or as a country of Africa, Madam Speaker, especially when it comes to issues of post-election violence, issues of governance, issues of elections, Madam Speaker, and so many issues that Kenya is a signatory to. Madam Speaker, Kenya is a signatory to so many of these charters and treaties and conventions that seek to promote the welfare of her people. And Madam Speaker, in this regard, I really also wish, Madam Speaker, as I support this charter, to really say that Kenya has made quite a number of strides to promote the rights of persons of Kenya. And for me, Madam Speaker, the signing and ratification of this charter will definitely go a long way in ensuring that human rights, Madam Speaker, democracy is something that we are not talking about or something of the past. And Madam Speaker, it is in this regard, Madam Speaker, that you have seen that as a country of Kenya, we have actually brought in the issue of BBI. Madam Speaker, BBI is seeking to strengthen some of these issues that we are talking about. Madam Speaker, addressing issues of historical injustices is what BBI is proposing to strengthen. And Madam Speaker, the reason I'm happy with this motion and this charter is because, Madam Speaker, this charter does not seek to actually change the constitution of this country. It seeks to augment and support the Constitution of Kenya. And that is exactly, Madam Speaker, what BBI is trying to support. And Madam Speaker, so there's really nothing much that it goes to destroy the Constitution. It's a matter of supporting the Constitution. Madam Speaker, Kenya is not only a signatory to this convention that is electoral governance. Madam Speaker, when we are celebrating the International Day for Persons with Disabilities in this country, Madam Speaker, celebrating the resilience of persons with disabilities in Kenya, Madam Speaker, there is also a charter and a protocol that is currently within the executive. And this, Madam Speaker, is the African Union Disability Protocol. And Madam Speaker, I think for me, after we are done with this charter, Madam Speaker, I want to also make an appeal that the cabinet memo that is currently in the cabinet finds its way here into this house, Madam Speaker, through the Committee of Labor, so that, Madam Speaker, we are also looking at the disability protocol of the AU, so that we are also enhancing the concerns of the people that are persons with disabilities in Kenya. Madam Speaker, Kenya has no shortage of laws, as we always know. And Madam Speaker, it is my hope that really Kenya signs. And Madam Speaker, it is one thing to sign, and it is one thing to ratify a protocol, Madam Speaker. So signature itself does not really ensure that you have ratified. Kenya has to sign, and Kenya has to ratify, making sure that we domesticate some of these concerns that Kenya is a signatory to, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank and celebrate the persons with disabilities of this country as we also enjoy our day for persons with disabilities. I support, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Members, even the next motion is talking about by Honorable Denita Gatti. When we get there, of course, it's about disability. So we join you in celebrating. Let me have the member for Nandi, the Honorable Tum Chebet.
Honorable Speaker, I want to talk to number 15, motion on disabilities.
You want to speak to the other motion? The Honorable Member for Ndiwa, the Honorable Martin Owino. Most members have left their cards, so let me have the member for Honorable Mishi Boko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this motion on African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance. Madam Speaker, I'm supporting this because this motion is in tandem with our 2010 August Constitution, Madam Speaker. The many proposals which have been drafted in this charter, Madam Speaker, are already domesticated in our country's law, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am a believer of democracy, and democracy is about the rule of the people and for the benefit of the people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe democracy is not just about election and voting, Madam Speaker, but it is about involving the public, or rather the citizen, in the issues of development, Madam Speaker. So this charter also talks about democracy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this charter also talked about the rule of law, Madam Speaker. You remember we have relations in terms of bilateral and also multilaterals within African nations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, having such a charter, it will enable us to have commonalities in terms of law regarding democracy, election, and governance. Therefore, there will be an order, and the system will not be anarchic the way it is right now, maybe without the ratification of this charter, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this charter also talks about election, Madam Speaker. As a country, we have been witnessing a lot of challenges, especially during elections and even after election, Madam Speaker. Being a member of this charter, that if today we can ratify, if we can ratify this charter, Madam Speaker, then in case we have any kind of problems, our neighbors, African nations, who are also members, can also be the first people to do some intervention in such a scenario, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this charter will strengthen our relationship within those members who have ratified or are a member in this charter, Madam Speaker. When you are talking about human rights issues, Madam Speaker, you will not fail to talk about women's rights. You will not fail to talk about rights of people with disability. You will not fail to talk the rights of the youth. Madam Speaker, we have witnessed a lot of violation of women's rights or in general human rights, especially during armed conflicts. armed conflicts such what we witnessed, the genocide in Rwanda, Madam Speaker, the genocide in Burundi, Madam Speaker, what we have witnessed, so many wars in the African continent, Madam Speaker, even what is still happening right now in Somalia, Madam Speaker, what is happening even in Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia regarding the dam, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, having ratified a charter which will encompass all the African nations to have a common voice in terms of democracy, election, and governance. Madam Speaker, this is a very important thing. Madam Speaker, it is all about governance. How do you govern, Madam Speaker? How do you respect the rule of law? How do you respect the Constitution, which is the mother law in any country or in any nation, Madam Speaker? If, for instance, a country which is a member in this African Charter, and it does violation in terms of human rights or violating the Constitution they have, then any member state which is a party of this African Charter will have a right to do some intervention to ensure that even those citizens in those other member states can also experience or rather enjoy the rule of law, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, right now what is happening in Uganda, it is really pathetic, Madam Speaker. We are really crying as East African community. If you can see scenarios which demonstrate a kind of dictatorial leadership or authoritative kind of leadership, and yet as a country where maybe we are here, so if you have such a ratification of such a charter, we'll have an opportunity even to intervene and even tell the president or the governors or the leadership of that nation, Madam Speaker.
Just a moment, Honorable Mishi. There is an intervention by the Honorable Member for Yatta.
Thank you. Rising on a point of order, Madam Speaker, because the standing orders are very clear. We are not supposed to mention negatively countries which are friendly to this country, but you might refer indirectly. So is the Honorable Member in order, despite what she's saying being so true, to mention what is happening in Uganda in the floor of the House?
The Honorable Mishi Boko.
Madam Speaker, formation of treaties, formation of convention, formation of protocol, they are formed so that the member states of those treaties, they can assist each other. Today, if we are seeing people being killed in Uganda, people who are going angry because of the violence or because of the conflicts which are there, then as a state who are member, we can do some intervention in terms of humanitarian ways. Maybe you can provide food. We can provide some medication facilities to assist our neighbors. That is what I meant.
Very well. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just because now I have only 1 minute, I just want to wind up and say that I really support this ratification of African Charter because it will also emphasize on our unity, on our collaboration and cooperation in terms of so many ways and in terms of development agenda. I support, Madam Speaker.
The member for Turkana, Honorable Emanuel. Okay, today the women,
Thank you, Honorable
Speaker. Seem to be doing very well.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, because we are talking of the African continent, I would wish to congratulate Honorable Denita Gatti, MP for election as the African representative to the Commonwealth on the disability issues. Honorable Speaker, back to the motion. I support the ratification of this 6th African Charter, which is on democracy, elections, and good governance. It's long overdue. 13 years down the line, Kenya has already signed, but we need to ratify it as this House. Honorable Speaker, I'll be very brief because most of the issues I wanted to touch on have been dealt with by my colleagues. One is on the objective number 11 in Article 2, promotion of gender balance, gender balance and equality in governance and development processes, which is also emphasized in Chapter 4, which deals with democracy, rule of law, and human rights. The Article 8 of that chapter says no state shall do any discrimination on any basis, including gender, ethnic, religious, racial, etc. That is self-explanatory. Why we fight for gender equality and gender balance is that it's because it's about human rights. For us to achieve an all-rounded, holistic development, we must involve all sectors of our communities equally. Honorable Speaker, Objective 5 in Article 2 talks of promoting and protecting the independence of the judiciary. And the independence here means freedom from improper influence of other branches of government, freedom from partisan interests, and in essence, it's about separation of powers, judicial independence is a safeguard for the rights and privileges as enshrined in our Constitution. It prevents the executive and the legislature from encroaching on these rights. Honorable Speaker, because many people have already linked this charter to BBI, and we have no objection to BBI, but the independence of judiciary is very important. Stalking the judiciary or micromanaging it through an ombudsman will be against global norms, as even required in this charter. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I urge that we ratify this charter. Thank you.
Very well. Let's have the Honorable Mauka Maure, the member for Ingembe North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few things about this report. That when the committee did peruse and go through the details of this charter, we find it is quite timely, though belatedly. Madam Speaker, many of us who are having the heritage of Africa, we have been kind of stigmatized in the way of not being able to manage our affairs. And Madam Speaker, if you recall the 1885 conference, Berlin, that did partition and organize the scramble for Africa, they coordinated the rule for 60 years. That was the colonial rule. But it seems that it is like a permanent legacy or a stigma that we have been independent also for 60 years, but still we are on the slumber of the colonial or neocolonialism when it comes to mentality of most of the affairs that we do or we handle as Africans. So, Madam Speaker, this charter happens to be timely in the sense it will institutionalize the mechanisms or the foundation on which the African governance on elections and also on democracy and governance specifically about corruption should be able to be entrenched in our society or in our institutions. And when you talk of institutions, Madam Speaker, you remember when last month when the Democrat won in the US election, and the incumbent started saying he wants to resist. The quick quip from Mr. Biden was, America has institutions which can flush out trespassers into the White House when needed to do so. And as we have watched, slowly, the transition that will be there 20th January is automatic. There will be a transition. Whether or not, there is grumbling by the incumbent. Because the institutions that are supposed to make sure elections that are respected are there. So the problem with Africa, and unfortunately Kenya has been made an experiment by this thing you call the 2010 Constitution, whereby everybody who has partaken from the cake of the civil society, whether in ideology or in lifestyle, wanted to experiment something. And they put all of it in our constitution. And 10 years later, we are having indigestion with it. But when we want to do changes on it, still they want to cause problems in the next election. I will give a quick example. We have the proposal to have 360 members of parliament. And then there is a gap. We may not even know the number of the next parliament. That's not how you do a constitution. That's a recipe for an experiment of how chaos can be organized. So, Madam Speaker, when we agree on this charter, we should agree that the things that we undertake, generally from coast to coast in Africa, are things that are universally known or universally acceptable. And for that reason, I support the idea that we do entrench this charter into our laws so that we can have some predictable behavior when it comes to democracy, elections, and governance in Africa. Thank you.
The member for Lysamis, Honorable Adele Malimo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to support the report on Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on Kenya's accession to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. Madam Speaker, this charter will promote Africa on active participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the development of this country and equally governance. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, today youth constitute a bigger percentage of our population, and that we have not safeguarded these youth, people with disability, for the employment of this sector of the people. And in fact, you will see an influx of this category of people migrating from Africa going to Europe. And by so doing, it is very unfortunate that we see on a daily basis that the kind of boats they board to cross over as they cross over to Italy or these other countries, which are deemed to be the countries of honey and milk, many of them get drowned. And sometimes it is very unfortunate that those countries where they aspire to go to happen to deliberately forcing those boats to capsize in the seas. Therefore, with this charter, definitely we will be able to have a voice which will be able to say something about our youth, so that those countries, they can be held accountable for the injustices they are doing, particularly for the African youths who happen to go and seek for greener pastures. Madam Speaker, Africa as a continent has always been categorized as a continent which is being referred to as a third country, third world country. This is to say that some countries are categorized as developed. Some countries are categorized as developing, while Africa, as a continent, we are not yet there. We are not yet there yet. So I think it will be prudent if this kind of a charter is brought on board so that those African countries can be able to come together. Just like some times back, the president of Libya, Gaddafi, had actually come up with a concept of having, it was called United States of Africa. That was a dream. It was a dream that if only the African nations had actually come together to support that dream, then we would have actually seen our common good. Madam Speaker, this charter also enhances the independence of our judiciary, which should also be fully funded. Currently, we actually see that cases have gone dragging for many years just because of some issues associated with finances, associated with the lack of judges here and there. Madam Speaker, this charter will also address the issue of interrelation, governance and interrelation between countries on even cross-border issues. The fact that just the other day it was discussed here that we have Coast Guard to take care of our waters, and yet people from these our neighboring countries have actually tried to
Sorry, we have an issue with the mics, but they are being worked on. Let me have the member for Kiharu, Honorable Dede Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I rise to support. Madam Speaker, the tenets of a modern state, one of them is to have a strong bureaucracy, that is the state, and also to have rule of law and accountability through democracy. And Madam Speaker, before I go to democracy part, it is important to know that for a strong state to thrive, the bureaucracy ought to be based on merit, so that the people who actually work for the state should be people who have been chosen on the basis of their abilities, Madam Speaker, on the basis of merit, in a manner that is not personal, Madam Speaker, other than ways that are based on patronage and altruism, Madam Speaker. Having said so, rule of law is also very important, and independence of the safeguards of that rule of law, which is the judiciary. And therefore, Madam Speaker, even as I speak about democracy, it is good to know that a modern state cannot thrive on the basis of democracy alone, but has to be through those three tenets. Madam Speaker, the inception of democracy itself, on one basis in terms of the modern democracy, it is actually connected to industrialization and economic growth. Because, Madam Speaker, if you are to audit, if you are to check back some of the enduring democracies, like the US, even the UK and others, Madam Speaker, they are based on people, they are based on industrialization, Madam Speaker, on people coming together from wherever rural areas, coming to common areas, Madam Speaker, and especially drawn to come and offer labor. And on that basis, Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to drive home is that in many cases, democracy is based on the politics of identity. And it's much better, as I'm referring to those other two, and especially enduring democracies, for this identity to be based, Madam Speaker, on something objective other than identity, based, for example, through tribe, religion, and other such identities, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, if you are to look at states that are not mineral rich, like Kenya, Madam Speaker, the state has to derive its revenues from taxes. And Madam Speaker, deriving revenue from taxes needs that we have to make the enterprise grow and spur. And it's through the conversations of taxes, Madam Speaker, of enterprise, Madam Speaker, that the space is opened for people now to start talking about actually who to lead them and which direction they want to be led. Madam Speaker, allow me also to say that having audited our country from inception, especially from independence, I have to say that, yes, 2002 is one of the cases that we can cite as a period where democracy actually reigned in our country. We can also cite, Madam Speaker, 2012, 2007, and coming even to the recent one of 2017. But the problem with our democracy here in Kenya, Madam Speaker, is not the population, it is not the IEBC or the safeguards of that democracy. Madam Speaker, the problem with our democracy is some of the candidates, Madam Speaker, refusing to concede defeat. And I want to urge every other person who goes to elections, you do not go to elections with a predetermined result and forcing the safeguarders of that democracy to announce you as the winner. And therefore, I hope even the people, and especially those who are spearheading the BBI, can come to a point of realization that our country is greater than any individual. So that if you go to elections and your votes are not enough, it is courteous for you to go home, stay with your wife, other than bringing violence in our country, Madam Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Odual Adhiambo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for opportunity. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I'd like to support. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, I do this because as we look at the Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, in particular, Honorable Speaker, I support on account of the key and central issues of transparency, accountability, and good governance. Honorable Speaker, I know that as we look especially on issues of governance, we in Kenya, as in the rest of Africa, are looking at the idea of the exercise of the vested authority, and that it be authority that is exercised in a transparent, accountable way. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I support, indicate that it is an opportunity for us, not just as those who are in Kenya, and indeed, Honorable Speaker, charged with the responsibility to contribute in a way that is positive, but to see that we are not just talking about democracy, elections, and governance in a vacuum, but, Honorable Speaker, we are dealing with this in a context where we have tended to not adhere to the principle of ensuring that we engage in a way that reflects our values. I specifically, Honorable Speaker, want to speak to the issue that all of us in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, and members have alluded to when they talk about the BBI. Honorable Speaker, it is important that we remember that we are not just talking about good governance, but we are talking about ensuring that the governance itself be seen to be one that addresses issues of inequality, that seeks to ensure that it is contextualized in the history and in the concerns that have been there, and that we therefore are not making general statements or settling at the point of conceptualization without application. Honorable Speaker, I would like particularly to speak on the area of promotion of gender equality, and, Honorable Speaker, to indicate that one of the key reasons that this accession to the Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance is speaking to is that when we are talking about good governance, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about including everyone. And Honorable Speaker, when we are talking about everyone, we look at it from dimensions not just of those who might be marginalized on account of their ethnicity, but sometimes on account of their level of income or status in class, but also, Honorable Speaker, on account of their gender and age. And I would want, Honorable Speaker, in the context of dealing with the BBI, to help us as we engage in this dialogue, to acknowledge that when we are promoting good governance, we are really saying that we want to look at the manner in which we, who have authority to make decisions, seek to implement decisions that would address concerns in a way that is seen to be fair. And I therefore, Honorable Speaker, would say that there has been a lot of discussion, Honorable Speaker, where we make challenges and statements on behalf of the female gender, and particularly, Honorable Speaker, as we look at the manner in which we would want to see that there be an equal representation of women, particularly in political governance, that we sometimes do not acknowledge that it is the manner of implementing elections, it is the manner and culture of those who seek to look for leadership, it is the perception that people have of those who are seen, Honorable Speaker, to be ready for that leadership. I therefore, as I support this, Honorable Speaker, would want that those who look at the BBI and seek to support it or not on account of gender, remember that they need to recognize that what we would like to implement would be one that equally embraces all Kenyans, irrespective of their gender, and particularly those who are seen to be excluded because they are female. With this,
your supports. Let me have the member for Arienda, Senior Counsel, Dr. Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a lawyer, as a person who is a member of the Forum of Parliamentarians of the Great Lakes region on democracy, and also as a person who did my thesis on the African Charter, I fully support this for 5 reasons, but I'll be brief. First of all, Madam Speaker, this is an important tool for election observers. Secondly, it is also one that takes us beyond just regular elections to emphasize the need for free, fair, and legitimate elections. And the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro will remember the word legitimate. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, it also sets a commonality of standards that we can use when we believe one state may have gone against those principles, and it's a mode of intervention. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize only 2 things that have been spoken to. First, on Article 10, on the question of a referendum. Some of the colleagues have misinterpreted this. It is emphasized that the idea of amendment of a constitution should repose on national consensus obtained, if need be, through referendum. It is not that you create consensus to avoid a referendum. It is the referendum itself that is the vehicle for consensus. Indeed, if you did otherwise, it would be undemocratic. You cannot agree and say, now we have all agreed, we are going on a referendum, we do not want anybody to oppose. That is exactly the opposite of what is advocated. By definition, referendum is a choice. And if the majority reject the idea of the draft, then that is democracy. It is not democratic to refuse anybody the choice. Secondly, Madam Speaker, is to speak to the issue of an independent judiciary, and that is in Article 2. And I've had a lot of my colleagues talk about the idea of the ombudsman. Let me assure them that if there's one person in this country who knows the work of the ombudsman, it is me. There is nothing undemocratic in having an ombudsman to help the judiciary be accountable to the people. Because judicial power under Article 1 is delegated power. And if, as is proposed in the BBI Article 172A, you are to have an ombudsman who is nominated by the president but approved by the Senate, and who therefore becomes part of the judiciary to be an internal check in the judiciary. There is nothing in eroding the independence of the judiciary. In fact, it strengthens the independence of the judiciary. I can assure you that as ombudsman, I spent 5 years trying to check on the excesses of judges and magistrates. And on every attempt, they would cite, "We are independent." It led us to suggest to the Chief Justice to appoint an internal ombudsman. As we speak today, none of those opposing the idea of the ombudsman have ever suggested that the ombudsman who has existed administratively in the judiciary in the last 5 years is an erosion of independence. If it was, the Chief Justice himself would not have appointed them. But in this case, the ombudsman is to be appointed not to control the judiciary, but to help the judiciary be accountable to the people. The ombudsman would be ex officio member of the Judicial Service Commission, would file annual reports to the JSC itself and to Parliament. How can that be an erosion? That is indeed emphasizing the principle in Article 2 in terms of ensuring that the judiciary, like Parliament and the rest of us, is accountable. Madam Speaker, I support.
Very well. Former Ombudsman. The member for Seme, the Honorable Nyikal Wambura.
I stand on point of order.
On intervention.
Yeah, on 95. Yes. This is an important debate, and I think all are supporting. But considering the time, can we call upon the mover to reply?
I'm forced to put the question on that. Honourable members, Honourable member for Seme, was on standing order 95, to call upon the mover to reply. And I put the question, will as many as of these opinions say aye? Aye. And as many as of con opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Mover to reply. And for this matter, it's officially communicated to Honorable Kilonzo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all those members, Mr. Speaker, who have supported.
Honorable member for Yatta, I'm not Mr. Speaker. I am Madam. Okay.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
With all the respect of the ministers.
Thank you. I want to thank all those members who have supported and those who would have wanted to support, but they did not get the opportunity. As a member of the committee, we did notice, Madam Speaker, that the picture in Africa is not actually improving, despite 34 countries having signed this Charter on Democracy, and 46 having ratified. So we did actually realize, Madam Speaker, it is one thing for a country to sign and ratify the treaty or the Charter. It is another to put it in practice. But what have we seen? Countries have signed, ratified, and thrown the Charter to dogs. And if you look what is happening across countries which have signed, member states, it is a very bad picture. Because the key principles of this Charter, if you look at is basic principles as adherence to values or universal values, principles of democracy, respect of human rights, respect of rule of law, periodic free and fair elections, and establishing strong democratic institutions in those countries, and also rejecting unconstitutional changes of governments. But when you look at the member states, it's a very sad picture. So we, as would want countries which have signed to adhere to these principles, the days when a country will sit back and not bother what is happening are gone. And the purpose of this charter is therefore to make member states, to make it our business, to know what is happening in our neighbors across Africa. But let's look at what is happening. Without mentioning countries, the last two elections and an election which is coming in another neighboring country, we have seen some of them have made sure there are no independent election bodies to conduct elections. In another country, you cannot petition a presidential election, a presidential win. And yet they have signed into this charter. Some of those countries, there are no free elections. I've seen another country where a presidential candidate has to suspend his election.
Honorable Member for Yatta, as much as we are appreciating your reply and your contribution to this, please can you put on your mask? Let us protect the others. Give him the mic. Honorable Member for Yatta, you can use the mic ahead. It's actually now behind you.
Thank you. I was saying we have seen what is happening in one of the countries which is about to have elections. A presidential candidate had to suspend his election because he's always been harassed by police, being arrested. We have seen another one which just concluded the election, and they have a constitution which is outdated, where if you win an election as a president, nobody can petition you. And yet those countries have signed into this charter. We have also seen countries where there's no freedom. There's election going on, but there's no freedom of movement. We've seen as late as last month, actually last week, which is last month, policemen shooting, driving around in the city, in a neighboring country, shooting his own citizens, barely because they are supporting another presidential candidate. We want to encourage the countries which have signed to this. They should not sit back. The days when African Union used to say member states should not interfere in the affairs of another country, those days are gone. Because if you don't, then you have a problem on your door. You have refugees on your door. Although this charter does mention that it does not support unconstitutional means of change of government, but let's look very carefully in some regimes where government has hijacked its own constitution, the political class has hijacked the constitution. And we saw a good case, another country further north of South Sudan, where there was uprising by the citizens of that country, and the military had no choice than to join the citizens and remove that regime. Yet that country is signed into this charter. What I'm trying to put through, Madam Speaker, is countries have signed. 34 countries have signed, 46 have ratified, but very few are doing anything about implementing the principles of this charter. It is very saddening to see another country where there was a presidential candidate, further south, not further south, one of our neighbors in the south, where there was somebody who was to run for president, he eventually ran, but was shot. And obviously it is political. He had to spend so much time here in Nairobi hospital. And finally went back to that country to run for elections. And we all saw what happened. Those were not elections. But all is not lost. We also saw in another country, which is Malawi, where election was stolen by the then government. The court seems to have worked. A petition was filed. The sitting president lost the election. They went back to the election, and a new president was elected. That is what we want to see. So as I move to support, Madam Speaker, it is true Kenya has signed to this. I'm not saying that Kenya we are perfect, but when we as a committee went through what we have done, we have established institutions which seem to be able to work. Even where they fail, it is not failure by the institutions. It is failure by the political class. So I wish to move.
You wish to reply? You beg to reply? Just give him yes.
I wish to reply.
Very well, thank you for the reply. Members, the House is not properly constituted for us to be able to put the question on the approval of the accession to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. That was moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. And so I do order that the question to motion to order number 14
be deferred. Members, allow me to appreciate the members who really wanted to contribute to the motion, because we are guided by our own standing orders. I'm sure we will get a chance on another sitting, maybe when we move further to implement, to be able to have your voice on this. The Honorable Edith Nyense, Honorable Wanjiku Kakuya, the other members. Other members, the time being 1 p.m., the House stands adjourned until Thursday, 3rd December 2020 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.
Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order number 8.
Okay. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Where is my brief on petitions? Where is that? It's not here. Honour members, I don't seem to have my brief as to who has petitioned, and I don't see anybody pressing the intervention button. Yes, Honorable. But you press your intervention button. You don't just... Intervention button. Nothing shows that you are in the chamber. You don't have a card. You don't have a card. You just came on your 2 feet. No, you can take your 2 feet elsewhere. I see there's an intervention by the Honorable Chachuganya. Your president.
Mr. Speaker, next order.
What? The Honorable Koske Kimtai. The Honorable Sabina Chege.
Yes.
Especially on the last day, it is advisable that you don't forget your card, because you might then not be able to speak. The member for Chapalungu has been kind to you from he's given you his card. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to do that. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring my petition by members of Kaga Farmers Cooperative Society regarding liquidation of the society. I, the undersigned, on behalf of members of Kaga Farmers Cooperative Society, drew the attention to the House to the following one: that Kaga Farmers Cooperative Society was registered in 1964 as number 1203, and that the objective of the society was to farm coffee and rare cattle. That the society owns 2 farms in Murang'a County, namely Kavuko Estate, measuring 500 acres, and Santa Mo Estate, measuring 2,000 acres, as well as 1 plantation measuring 4,167 acres in Kilifi County. That the 3 land parcels have been subdivided in equal portions amongst 2,041 members of the society, most of whom have already settled on the said pieces of land. And that some members of Kaga Cooperative have settled in Kilifi Plantation Farm after being issued with title deeds. And that members of the society who have settled at the Kilifi Plantation Farm were chased away from their land during the 1992 tribal clashes, despite having title deeds to the said land, and up to date they have never settled. That the liquidator came to wind up the society without informing members of their intention, and that in prevailing circumstances, members of the society risk losing their pieces of land in Kavuko and Santa Mo Estate, since the plots are still registered in the name Kaga Farmers Cooperative Society. And that the liquidator, who was appointed by the Commissioner of Cooperatives, have refused to vacate office, and that the office documents were taken from the society office under unclear circumstances on 10th August 2020 under the guard of Murang'a Sub-County Commissioner and the area chief. That efforts by members to seek redress with not only the police but also the Department of Registration of Cooperatives in the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development have been futile. That the matter presented in this petition is not pending before any tribunal court of law or independent body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee of Lands, 1, intervenes to have the process of insurance of title deeds to members completed immediately so that the Kaga Cooperative Society can be wound up. 2, recommends that the police commence investigation into the case that was reported under OB number 09-1008-2020 regarding office documents that was stolen on 10th August 2020 from the society office. And 3, recommends that the Commissioner of Cooperatives withdraw the liquidator with immediate effect. And 4, makes any other recommendation it deems appropriate in the circumstances of the petition. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kilifi South, Honorable Kitty Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to present petition number 49 of 2020 regarding resettlement of Chidongo, Junju, Mirimamine, and Bodoi villagers in Kilifi South constituency. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the residents of Chidongo, Junju, Mirimamine, and Bodoi villages in Kilifi South constituency, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1, that the residents of Chidongo, Junju, Mirimamine, and Bodoi villages comprising a population of around 2,300 people currently live on the ancestral land registered under plot number 71/1/Roman 4/mainland north and measuring approximately 1,776 acres in Kilifi South constituency. That the residents have lived on this parcel of land for decades, as evidenced by graves and mature trees that are over 100 years old, and are primarily composed of various Mijikenda tribes, including the Chonyi, the Giriama, the Jibana, and the Kauma, who have intermarried and lived in peace and harmony all this time. 3, that the community is composed mainly of farmers who have grown crops such as maize, cassava, cashew nuts, mangoes, and coconuts, and has expanded potentially to the point of establishing infrastructure such as Bodoi Primary School, Chidongo Primary School, Junju Primary School, Junju Secondary School, Mirimamine Primary School, Sirini Primary School, mosques, dispensaries, churches, hotels, salons, shops, and other commercial establishments, some of which were started as early as 1943. That in 2003, the community, through the District Land Management Board, applied to be allocated the said parcel of land and to be duly issued with title deeds. Title deeds, only to be informed that the process could not be executed because there was no information in the land registry. That on the 23rd February 2015, the community, through the Chijumipo Community-Based Organization, CBO, made another application to the National Land Commission, NLC, to have the squatters formally settled on this land, where upon the NLC investigated the matter and noted that the squatters had been on that land and ought to be duly settled, since no claimant to the land existed, no claimant to this land existed in the land registry records. 6, that on the 21st of November 2017, the NLC advertised the piece of land through the Kenya Gazette, and by the expiration of the 30-day timeline that had been provided, no individual or corporation made any claim to the land. 7, that despite the expiration of this notice, the community was not allocated the land, with the NLC making no additional communication on that matter. 8, that on the 13th of May 2020, the Office of the National Land Coordinator in Kilifi County wrote to the NLC seeking a second placement of the parcel of number 71/1/Roman 4/MN in the Kenya Gazette, but the request was not honored. 9, that the residents were utterly dismayed when an official search of the ownership of land on the 11th of September 2020 revealed that their land had been illegally and irregularly registered under Masters Daniel Kimeu Muhia, Lucas Chimera Kenga, Francis Kipkosgei Kemboi, and Christopher Tuitok Kiplagat, commencing in 1995 under a 999 years lease. Yet, in 2003, the District Land Management Board had claimed that there are no records in the land registry. 10, that efforts to have this matter addressed by the relevant authorities, including the National Land Commission and the Kilifi Land Registry, have not borne any fruits. 11, and that this matter, in respect of which this petition is made, is not pending before any court of law or constitutional body. Now, therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee of Lands, 1, inquires into the matter with a view to securing, with the assistance of the National Land Commission, the revocation of the current title deed and the subsequent allotment and subdivision of the parcel number 71/1/Roman 4/Mena North to the residents of Chidongo, Junju, Mirumamine, and the Bodoi villages of Kilifi South constituency, and issuance of title deeds to them. 2, secure the prosecution of all land officers and persons involved in the fraudulent allocation of the land to Master Daniel Kimeu Muhia, Lucas Chimera Kenga, Francis Kipsogei Kemboi, and Christopher Tuitok Kiplagat as a discouragement repetition of such incidents of blatant impunity regarding land matters in the country, and that makes any further order or direction that it deems fit in the circumstances of this matter. And your petitioners will ever pray. Presented by me, Honorable Ken Chonga.
Well, the last petition is by the member for Lunga Lunga, Honorable Mwashatani. Honorable Mwashatani to present his petition. Honorable Mwashatani having already begun his recess. Then is the Honorable Mwashatani anywhere near the precincts of Parliament? Anyhow, I will allow for just a few comments. Honorable Chachu, are you're pressed to, no, not Honorable Bai?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Make your comments very brief, honorable members. There's a lot of business.
I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I think the two petitions that have been presented on land matters and the one that has been presented by my neighbor, Honorable Chonga, actually shows the situation at the coast in terms of land, and especially Kilifi. And also the petition presented by Honorable Sabina also touches on some land in Kilifi, and it is the same story. The one that has been presented by Honorable Sabina Chege tells the same story that Honorable Chonga has said, because the land that they are claiming in Kilifi was actually acquired the same way, the one that Honorable Chonga has said. Now, Kaga farmers, actually, the land they are claiming is in my constituency. It has displaced very many families. And to claim that they were sent away or chased away from that land is not true. They came, subdivided the land. I don't know how they got the titles. And now, you know, there's a line called Ketrako that was passing there and was supposed to pay a lot of money. And this money was supposed to be given to them. We have asked the government to buy off this land from Kaga, but the fact remains they didn't get this land legally. They came and grabbed some land in Kilifi and gave it a name that is strange. It's called Kaga in Kilifi. So I would like to say this, that this country needs to address the issue of land at the coast. And when we move into the BBI process, I would like to move an amendment in that BBI report to actually revoke all those titles that were illegally obtained at the coast, to give the land back to the people there, so that we can settle a long story that has taken so many years and the suffering of the people at the coast. And therefore, I want to support Honorable Ken Chonga because I know the suffering of the people there, and also tell Sabina Chege that she needs to tell her people they need to surrender the land. And, you know, just give it back to the people of Kilifi so that we can continue to exist peacefully. Thank you very much.
Just to, please don't drag the issue of that thing you are calling, what is it? BB something? I've only read a draft constitutional amendment bill.
Yes.
And our practice is, unless it is withdrawn and republished, there is no opportunity or room for amendment. So don't go around telling villagers that you are going to move amendments. It doesn't happen. A constitutional amendment bill, and that is why it is provided that it will be out there for 90 days.
Yes.
For people to interact with it.
We want
just to interact with it, but don't tell them that you are going to amend it. No.
We will amend it before it comes to the House, Mr. Speaker. We will manage amendments.
Out there.
We will out there.
Out
we will
there.
manage. You will make so much noise so that they will amend it.
Please make
before
it. You
they bring it.
can make as much noise as you want, but once it is published, the train has left the station. So that you don't deceive anybody that you are going to amend. It doesn't happen that way. That's not the way we amend the Constitution. And I've always said it here, in the last Parliament, there was an opportunity for people to do something. They failed to. This House passed a motion, the proposed bill by the Honorable Kaluma. Very many people are seeing the consequences of not agreeing with him. Even you can see a few things happening all over there, out there. The Honorable Kaluma and wanted to tame some of those things that are happening. But when it went to the other place, Now they keep complaining that they are being interfered with, but, you know, Honorable Ken, Owen Bayer, it's okay. You know, it is good to also entertain those kind of thoughts, but it is good also to be corrected. Yes, yes. No, there's nothing out of order. Let's just make comments on these two petitions very briefly, so that then we can move to the next business. So, Honorable, the next one is Member for Makueni.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would like to comment on the issue of the land in the coast. Mr. Speaker, the National Land Commission has a task, and one of the things it's supposed to do is to follow the facts. And if people have been living on a land for about 12 years, they also are likely, you know, to be declared that they have owned the land adversely. So it will be very clear under the Constitution now that the National Land Commission is handling, and the matter is not before any court for now, Mr. Speaker. Then the National Land Commission must do its job. And I think the committee, while handling this matter, has to make sure that the right thing is done and the people of Kenya are served with justice. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the petition by Honorable Ken Chonga. I know when I was in the Energy Committee, Honorable Chonga brought a petition on electrification of his constituents, and that was addressed with a lot of speed, and I think the constituents are enjoying. This is a very timely petition, Honorable Chonga, and I think you're doing a good job. I really sympathize with the people of Kilifi South, that somebody called Francis Kipkemois, who does not come from that area, can dare to go and grab land that people have occupied since 1948 and get a title deed in the year 2020. I think it's a shame, Honorable Speaker. And it will be even important that the DCI should start working on these characters before even the committee goes to listen to that petition. Because now we are going on recess and it's going to take time. These people are going to be threatened. And I think it is good that government machinery should start rolling and have the residents assured of their safety and their living within that area. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Ganze.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate to learn that most of the coastal land has been grabbed. And the grabbers are walking scot-free, Mr. Speaker. It is very, very unfortunate, but I believe the recommendations that we are going to put in the Lands Committee should make sure that they are taken seriously. Mr. Speaker, I have listened carefully at the petition by Honorable the Chair for Health when she was talking about Kaga Farm, which we are sharing, me and Honorable Owen Bayer. I'm even wondering how they got that land. I believe these issues need to be settled somewhere else rather than them trying to claim that piece of land, because it is densely populated, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency alone, which I have just part of that land, I have over 20,000 people who have been there since before, and yet they are claiming that that piece of land is theirs. Mr. Speaker, some issues might provoke unnecessary bloodshed in this country. We need to make sure that the government also puts hand on such people who grab such big pieces of land, so that at least people can be settled. In the issue of Honorable Ken Chonga, I think it is very evident that a number of people have been coming down to the coast and grab land and even giving names. In the same Kilifi South, we had a piece of land which they have been having a lot of dispute. They used to call it Gathecha Farm. Imagine in Kilifi having a farm by the name Gathecha. And it was grabbed. We have managed to rescue that piece of land. Now we have another big piece of land with funny names and with funny characters holding it. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to allow such things, and I believe it's high time the ministry, the National Land Commission should act on such issues so that at least we don't have such characters within the coast region, because our being very lenient in the region should not be taken as a weakness, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I support the Chonga petition, and will handle the other petition when time comes.
Member for Mwingi West.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know this settlement started in 1943, actually, because I've interacted with so many people from that constituency. Mr. Speaker, if there's a committee that doesn't even need to go to recess, it is land committee. If there are people who actually need to work, is the Minister of Land. Mr. Speaker, we have got so many cases of these land and ranches in this country. Particularly, I am dealing with mine at Zalai location, which has really suffered through
Comment
this.
on these ones,
Mr.
not on
Speaker,
Zalai.
I would like to say that I am supporting the petitions.
Very
and
well.
This thing need to be resolved with the urgency to discuss.
When you want to bring one on Zalai, you will bring your petition. So just comment on these
Okay,
ones.
Mr. Speaker, I support the petition.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As much as I support the first petition, probably I'll just restrict myself to the issue of the legality of the cooperative society. Probably it might be important that the petition also enables to discuss and investigate and find out the circumstances under which the society or the cooperative was deregistered. On the second petition and also on the first petition in regards to land, Honorable Speaker, the issue of land grabbing, so to speak, or inappropriate allocation of land, started seriously in earnest around 1992, and it went on up to around 1997. That's the watershed period that probably the Lands Commission on it, I mean the Lands Committee and the National Land Commission on its own volition need to undertake a very thorough and detailed analysis. The Ndungu report tried to do so. The Njonjo report laid down the foundation on how to deal with those matters. They could use those two to really try and solve these issues. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Igembe North. You have pressed an intervention.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I was just concerned when I had the Honorable talk about Chege and your people. So I wanted to know who are these your people. So that's why I was concerned about. It needs to go on record that there is nothing like that.
Okay, very well.
It's outrageous.
Very well. Member for Migori.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to add my comment on these two petitions, and I think I support the idea of
Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2017. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Chachuganya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on sessional paper number 1 of 2020 on wildlife policy, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, December 3rd, 2020, afternoon sitting. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question, member for Muranga, who appear not to have a card.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the question number 364 of 2020. My question goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. And first question is, when will the ministry allow and facilitate tea farmers from Doine, Ekegie and Kiangenya tea factories to change the station of delivery of their green leaf from Gedambo tea factory to Gasharage tea factory, considering that they stand to benefit from fair trade funds available at Gasharage tea factory and the existing road network, which is not as poor as the access roads to Gedambo tea factory. 2, what specific measures is the ministry putting in place to facilitate the timely and uninterrupted transfer of the said tea farmers' produce as per their constant request, in the light of the fact that they have neither plucked nor sold green leaf since 1st November 2020, and by when will this be done? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Be responded to before the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Next question by the member for Sirisia. Member for Silesia indicated that, and I know he is one of those alongside the majority whip. I'm aware. The Honorable Waluke indicated that the Honorable Olekenta was to ask this question on his behalf. Unfortunately, it's like he did not know that he had not spoken to the Honorable Olekenta, because the Honorable Olekenta just spoke to me 5 minutes before the House started sitting. He is himself away in Nakuru on official business. So I don't know how the Honorable Waluke assumed that the Honorable Olekenta would ask the question, unless somebody wishes to ask the question. But of course, I'm making some communication soon hereafter. The Honorable Pokoso, you want to ask on his behalf? Very well.
Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Waluke is our son. So, yes, the mother is a Sabbath. So I'm his uncle. I can ask on his as an uncle. Honorable Speaker, I stand on behalf of Honorable Major Retired John Waluke to ask question number 378 of 2020 to the Teacher Service Commission. 1. Could the Commission explain its rationale in setting up schools to train all teachers on classroom management and effective teaching, yet such training can be offered by the existing TFED institutions and universities? 2. How is the Commission addressing the teaching challenges of ineffective teaching strategies, non-preparation of professional records, poor classroom management, and incompetence in handling learners with special needs, as well as weak assessment and feedback skills raised in the primary teacher education (PTE) report during the initial teacher trainings? 3. What was the objective of setting the Institute of Teachers Support and Professionals Development (TSP)? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question is for a written reply by the Teacher Service Commission. It's directed to the TSC. Next is a question by the member for Lamu County, the Honorable Luweda Obo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question 385-2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. What urgent step is the ministry taking to address the menace and food security threat caused by invasion of locusts in Basuba, Hindi and Hongwe ward of Lamu County? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be responded before the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Next question by the member for Kajiado North, Honorable Manje.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask question 386, and the question is to the CS for National Treasury and Planning. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the fate of 550 Central Bank of Kenya employees who voluntarily retired under the bank voluntary retirement scheme in 1997 and who were eligible for deferred pension for staff below 55 years of age in line with retirement terms? 2, what urgent measures is the ministry undertaking to ensure prompt payment of the deferred pension and other benefits to the former employees of the Central Bank of Kenya who are currently struggling to earn livelihood?
To be replied before the Committee on Finance and National Planning. Next question by the member for Mwea, Honorable Kabinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my third approach to have the problem in Mwea resolved, Mr. Speaker, a clear indicator of the urgency of the problem. I arise to ask question number 387 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the status of utilization of Kenya shillings 200 million, which was allocated for the purchase of rice for strategic reserves in the financial year 2019-2020 budget through the Strategic Food Reserve Trust Fund? 2, when will the government start purchasing rice from farmers at the Mwea irrigation scheme for strategic food reserve as was intended through the 2019-2020 budget allocation? 3, what policy measures has the ministry put in place to facilitate the purchase and marketing of crops from farmers who have experienced a bumper harvest and have excess stock of produce, in particular, Pande rice farmers in Mwea constituency during the financial year 2020-2021 cropping season? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied before the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Finally, member for Westlands, Honorable Wanyonyi. Honorable Tim Wanyonyi. Oh gosh. Can you get him this mic? Get him a mic. You see this one? I think the more reason why we should go to recess so that they repair. You can't be having situations where the mics are not working.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 388 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Question number 1, what action is the ministry taking to address the recent action by the Kabete National Polytechnic Management Council to withhold salaries of the institution employees, particularly part-time tutors? Question number 2, what measures is the ministry taking to ensure adherence to human resource guidelines at the institution, including implementation of fair promotion procedures in light of the fact that some employees have not been promoted for over 20 years? Question number 3, what immediate plans does the ministry have to address rampant cases of impropriety by the Polytechnic management that include harassment, intimidation of staff, misuse of student capitation funds, illegal suspensions of workers, committee representatives, single sourcing of service and supplies, mismanagement of Canaville apartments, and unresolved land ownership wrangles? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That will be responded to before the Committee on Education and Research. Go to the next segment of that, and I want to give this chance to the Honorable Danita Gatti. Is your mic working, Honorable Gatti?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43-1, I wish to make a statement on the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. Honorable Speaker, today, the 3rd of December 2020, and every 3rd day of December every year, the world celebrates International Day for Persons with Disabilities. This year's theme, Mr. Speaker, is Building Back Better towards a Mr. Speaker, I stand with all persons with disabilities of Kenya and the globe to mark this day. Honorable Speaker, International Day for Persons with Disabilities is a day to celebrate the collective gains of persons with disabilities, recognizing the challenges that persons with disabilities in Kenya and the world go through to be where they are today, ranging, Mr. Speaker, from rejection right from their homes to dismissals, among other issues. Honorable Speaker, International Day for Persons with Disabilities is marked by the people, by organizations, by governments and parliaments all over the world. Parliaments in particular, Mr. Speaker, have a vital role to play in identifying and removing barriers to the advancement of persons with disabilities. Parliaments need to re-examine the various legislations to include accessibility for persons with disabilities for their empowerment. We must acknowledge the BBI's progressive agenda for persons with disabilities in Kenya in general, and for instance, the proposals to have 2 members of the county assemblies in each county, and the proposal for 4 members of parliament nominated in the National Assembly. This, Mr. Speaker, is laudable. Honorable Speaker, I urge that moving forward, Kenya adheres to and abides by the Constitution requiring the employment of persons with disabilities. Kenya is surely making progress, Mr. Speaker, in empowering persons with disabilities. It is notable that in 2018, Kenya became the first African country to co-host the Global Disability Summit in London, together with the United Kingdom, to consolidate gains and strategies for the empowerment of persons with disabilities. Honorable Speaker, as I present this statement today on behalf of persons with disabilities of Kenya, I am honored to report to this august House that just this week, I was honored to be elected the African representative to the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association representing persons with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, a duty that I will humbly and respectfully take. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, disability must be devolved. Registration of persons with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, must devolve. Tax exemption procedures and processes, Mr. Speaker, must devolve. Provision of assistive devices and medical items must be implemented, Mr. Speaker. These all are towards empowering persons with disabilities in their villages and constituencies where they live. I also call upon the government of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, to quickly ratify the AU Disability Protocol and to translate its gender and disability commitments into budgetary commitments for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will be proposing in this House a Parliamentary Disability Day to give members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, of this House an opportunity to interact with persons with disabilities, to be able to understand more the needs and challenges of persons with disabilities in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to thank you for this opportunity, signed by me, Honorable Denita Gatti, Member of Parliament for Persons with Disabilities. Mr. Speaker, sir, please allow members an opportunity to ventilate because it is our day, Mr. Speaker.
Now you are overstepping your mandates. Well, let me give this chance to the regional representative of the CPA for Eastern Africa, the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. International Day for the Persons with Disability, I think it's a very great honor to this House, Honorable Speaker, that the same week we are celebrating this day, Honorable Speaker, the CPA International, that is the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association International, did appoint 9 regional champions, matters disability. And out of those 9 regional champions, the Honorable Denita Ngati was appointed as a champion for Africa region. I think, honorable members, this is a great honor to this House. And Mr. Speaker, just to remind the House that even as you sit there as the Speaker of this House, Honorable Speaker, you are also the chairperson, CPA Africa Executive Committee. And yours truly, Honorable Speaker, is the regional rep for East Africa. So, Speaker, matters CPA in this House are really well represented. And I must congratulate our sister, Honorable Denita Ngati, for this important appointment as a champion for Africa region. And I want to wish her well, because she has done this duty very well, even before becoming the champion. Now that she's a champion, I urge the House that we support her as much as possible, so that as she represents the Africa region, Kenya will also be shining in those meetings. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity, and congratulations, our sister, Honorable Denita Ngati. Thank you. Honorable Barire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to join the voice of Honorable Makali and congratulate the Honorable Denita Ngati, and really say that I'm speaking this out of having spent quite a number of years with her when she first came to this House as a women rep for Migori and was a strong champion for the rights of women. And having watched her face the tragedy of an accident and become a person living with disability, and I think the most inspiring thing about Honorable Denita Ngati is the fact that that never brought her down. To a lot of us here, we probably would have given up on life. We would have turned back to our homes and stayed there. But she kept pushing on. And I really want to thank her for being the greatest champion of persons living with disability in this House and out of this House, Mr. Speaker. And I think that gives us a chance to really realize that being a person living with disability does not mean that you must have been born with that disability. It will catch up with you at any time in your life. And so it is important that we take care of everybody, knowing that anybody can be in that state, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that Honorable Ngati has what it takes, really, to be able to champion the rights of the persons living with disability in Kenya and in Africa. We know her passion, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you because through your chair, this House has also really given space for persons living with disability. Their voices have been heard, and we should continue to listen to them, and not just listen, but also act on the issues that they articulate on this floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish Honorable Denita well, and I also want to thank the ODM party, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank them because the Honorable Raila Odinga, actually, even after Denita went through what she did, he continued to see the value in the gracious lady and nominated her back to this House as an MP, and therefore it means that he is able to see beyond whatever challenges one may come up with. So let's call a spade and really appreciate that he's a person who appreciates the people who add value to his party and to this country. Yes. With those many remarks, I beg to support.
Can I request that you make your comments brief? Member for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. May I also take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Denita on this day when we are celebrating the International Day for Persons with Disability. I know she has done a great job on this, and I also know she's working a lot to improve things in the country. But I'll tell her that there's a lot of opportunity, and I know, and she's working on it. The country has done quite a bit. We have the Persons with Disability Act of 2003, and I know there is an effort now to actually review that act. And in that act, there are services that have been put in place that actually may need a lot of improvement. The council is in place, and we have funds for the council. We have the funds for persons with severe disability, because when you have severe disability, two people are actually involved: the person who's so severely disabled and the person who takes after them. And that is something that needs to be taken into consideration. I think those can be improved. The provision of assistive devices is actually in place, and I know you have a motion that is looking at that. We can look at that. But more importantly is the area of access. I think 2007, 2008, we actually made regulations that relating to access. And as much as it's been done, access to buildings using ramps, lifts that talk, lifts that are braille, and sign language. But the greatest area where the persons with disability need more support is in public transport. If you look at our vehicles, there's no way a person, public vehicles, a person with a wheelchair can go in. The roads, there are lots of road network, and we had actually proposed that road networks actually have ramps, and we designed the buses. We can do it, public transport, which have the floors that are flat and flush with the ramps. It can be done. We had started that work. I don't know where it is, but I think the area of access to public utilities is an area that much can be done on. Once again, may I congratulate her, and I know she can do a lot more to achieve these things that the persons with disability need.
Member for Kikuyu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I also wish to join my colleagues in congratulating Honorable Danita Gatti. And Honorable Speaker, just this morning, mid-morning, I was with the nominee 001, the Honorable Sankok, and His Excellency the Deputy President at Kijabe Mission Hospital, in a function to inaugurate a new department, Honorable Speaker, to deal basically with people living with disability. And I had an eye-opening experience, Honorable Speaker, as I listened to the CEO of that hospital, the AIC Cure International Hospital at Kijabe. And I left that hospital challenged, Honorable Speaker, as a member of Parliament and as a leader in this country. And we did pledge with the Honorable nominee 001, Honorable Sankok, that in the coming year we will co-sponsor a bill, especially to assist people living with disabilities to be able to exempt some of the equipment, Honorable Speaker, that they use that are still being levied duty and making their life unbearable, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if we are giving tax breaks to young people in this country, Honorable Speaker, we must also be cognizant of the difficulties that the people living with disabilities live with, Honorable Speaker. Some of the gadgets they use, Honorable Speaker, are still being levied duty as they import. Some of them that can be made here, but because of the raw materials that are used are levied duty, Honorable Speaker. And when we walked into the workshop at the hospital, the gentleman in charge of the workshop enumerated to us the cost of some of the assistive devices that they are giving to people living with disabilities. And he told us that some of those things without duty, the cost could go down by up to 50%, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I'll be asking members of the House that when nominee 001 and myself do co-sponsor that bill next year to exempt, especially assistive devices, to be exempted from paying duty, to make them affordable, Honorable Speaker, that members do support. The experience we just had here with our own gadgets in this House, Honorable Speaker, when you gave the member for Westlands an opportunity to speak. And because, unlike me, who can shuttle between two microphones, the Honorable for Westlands or Mheshimiwa Danita Gatti may not be able to shuttle from their seat to another seat. And therefore, those are living examples of the difficulties that people living with disabilities have to contend with, Honorable Speaker. And as I congratulate her, let me also use this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of nominee 001, who is on his way from Kijabe because he had to be left winding up for that function, but he did ask me to come and convey his congratulations and ask members to support the bill when he co-sponsors. I am not his uncle, as the Honorable former majority leader is asking.
Member for Soba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also join members in congratulating Honorable Denita Gatti. Mr. Speaker, I actually served with Denita. Not only served, I campaigned for her when she was very able-bodied. And so it was a shock when she moved from being very able-bodied to a person with a disability. I went through some of the phases with her, she understands, and it's very challenging. But I want to say that sometimes God puts you in a place for a reason, and all of us are agreed that she has done excellent in supporting the issues of persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, we also sit with Honorable Denita in the Parliamentarians for Global Action, and she has also become a de facto representative of persons with disability, a work that she's doing excellently even there. So I just want to give two examples, Mr. Speaker, why as a House we must always put the issues of persons with disability ahead. We grew up with a young girl, we played through all my childhood up to high school, a girl called Grace. She was both deaf and dumb. And then after that, I didn't see her for a long time. And one time on the streets of Nairobi, I met her together with my sister. And in excitement, she wanted to introduce her husband, who could also not speak or talk. And then by writing, she actually indicated, "I'm so excited to see you. This is my husband," and she writes his name. And then she goes and asks us, "Please let me know. I do not know your names." We played together for years, and we assumed she knew who we were. And that actually shows us, Mr. Speaker, how many times we take for granted the persons with the disability because we do not understand what they go through. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, at one point I was asked to speak to a group of persons with disability. I was making a presentation on advocacy. And when I went to that group, Mr. Speaker, all the items they gave were in Braille. And suddenly, Mr. Speaker, I'm the one who became disabled because I could not communicate in Braille. Mr. Speaker, that is why it is important, even as a House, that whenever we make policy or legislative decisions, we must be conscious and we don't necessarily have to go through what Honorable Denita went through in order for us to be sensitive. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate you and the other members of the Commonwealth and my sister, Honorable Denita Gatti. She has done an excellent job, and we are here to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Westlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to congratulate my sister, Honorable Denita Gatti, for accepting the condition. I know she really grappled with it after the accident, but we really encouraged her to move on and accept. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that we still affect us as members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, you realize, you can see where we are seated. We are seated at the back of Parliament. This is where people do come, members do kamukunji, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes we cannot follow the proceedings of the House. Mr. Speaker, ever since I was elected in 2013, I've been asking for Parliament to make adjustment for our sitting positions. But Mr. Speaker, it has never been done. I hope that when we go for recess, when we come back, they'll have made something for us so that we can also sit comfortably in a position that is easy to access. Mr. Speaker, even I dream of one day sitting where you are seated, to be a Speaker of this House. But I cannot even contemplate how I can get there the way it is today. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that as we move forward, because we are trying to remove barriers that limit people with disability to participate freely in the development of society and even within their own limit, Mr. Speaker. We know we can do it. And I just wanted that honorable member to move forward so the Speaker can listen to me. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that also make Parliament to be more accessible for us as even we go for recess, especially these chambers, that when we come back, Mr. Speaker, I can be able even to sit where you are seated. and preside over the proceedings of this House, because I want to be on your panel next time. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving an opportunity. And we are members, Mr. Speaker. I have been elected twice on this wheelchair. And Mr. Speaker, it's not easy. It is always a double cost for us. Everything we do is always double cost, but we are managing, and we want to just create an enabling environment for all of us to participate in all activities. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. God bless.
Honorable Leader Minority. What are you doing?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Danita Gatti, who is a prominent member of my party, and I want to congratulate her for this appointment to the Commonwealth Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I've attended quite a number of these meetings, and I see the contribution of Honorable Danita Gatti. She contributes with a lot of passion on matters of persons living with a disability, and I think those who saw it fit to give her this appointment did the right thing in terms of fighting for the rights of persons living with a disability. I want to also say, Mr. Speaker, that I think as a country we have not been very considerate to matters pertaining to persons living with a disability. As we appreciate and fully support the move by BBI, the proposal in the draft amendment to the Constitution of creating 4 positions for persons living with a disability, I think we still need to do much more. It's not just about Parliament, even out there, Mr. Speaker, in public service, in other public appointments, we must really treat this matter as a matter of affirmative action. Sometimes when we talk affirmative action, we only talk about gender. There are other factors on affirmative action that we must also take into consideration. But I think the progress we are making by the 4 positions is laudable. But we must also, as political parties, and I speak as one chairing one of those major parties in this House, that, Mr. Speaker, going forward, political parties must give much more attention to persons living with a disability, give more nomination in terms of party tickets for the persons living with a disability to be able to contest and win seats. Like Honorable Tim Wanyonyi has now won his seat twice on ODM ticket, and we really thank him. I hope he's still going to continue. I think he's eyeing another bigger seat, and I'm sure our party will give him the support that is desirable. And Honorable Danita Gatti, I must just repeat and agree with Honorable Cecil Mbarire that ODM actually did not do her a favor. This is a very committed member of our party, very strong personality. Even before she got involved in this unfortunate accident, it was in the line of duty, and we know the person she was even before, and the person even she is today. She is not of any lesser value to the party, and we will still continue to support Honorable Danita Gatti. Thank you very much, as we wish all persons living with a disability good luck and progress on this important day in our calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Let me join my colleagues in congratulating Honorable Danita Gatti, whom we have been in this August House since 2013. And Honorable Speaker, knowing Danita when we met in 2013 and after the accident, Mr. Speaker, you'll find a very big difference, but the spirit in now has been strong despite the accident, and more so, she has even endured much, and maybe in her disability, she has even managed to do much, much better for getting that position, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would say we are all candidates of disability, not that one should be born disabled, and in one time or the other, you might find yourself through an accident or any other way, and you find yourself disabled. Mr. Speaker, like in my case, I also almost lost my leg through gunshots, I used to play football very well, but today when I see people playing football, I feel hurt because of what happened. But I enjoy and I decided to live with my disability because there's nobody who...
Speaker, as we celebrate World Disability Day today, allow me to congratulate Honorable Danita Gatti and all the other colleagues who have spoken. But I think the Speaker, Honorable Cecily Mbarire, is the one who has hit the nail on the head. Basically by saying that Honorable Danita Gatti has been able to rise above her tragedy to be who she is. And I think that is what all of us should be aiming for. This house is full of men and women who are living with disability, but in all respects are thinking intellectually like all of us. Mr. Speaker, where I come from, that part of the country, we have a saying that you can't be fast enough to run away from disability. Meaning that at any stage in your life, you can have a tragedy and be a person living with disability. Mr. Speaker, in 1998, something happened in my life that changed all my attitude towards how I look at people living with disability. When I suffered an accident on the road, if it was not for the quick rescue that I had, I was going to be maimed from the neck downwards. But I thank God, I came out of it finally alive. Mr. Speaker, there is something that we need to do as leaders in this country, as legislators. The words living with the disability has some connotations. Connotations that, in my view, are derogatory. I think the correct term should be people who are able differently. Mr. Speaker, if you look at men and women that we refer to as living with disability, you will find that there's something in them that you and I don't have. Either the way they think, the way they look at things, their attitude to life is different. So I think even in all our legal terms, we should be referring and change everything to say that these men and women are men and women who are able differently. I want to congratulate my colleagues in the House who have been able to rise above and who have been able to see the silver lining on the cloud of the suffering they have gone through. Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, Honorable Danita Gatti, and the others for being who they are and for encouraging other Kenyans to be people that deserve respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Now that brings to an end that part of the statements. Congratulations, Honorable Danita Gatti. The next request is by the member for Kikuyu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I rise to request a statement, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, and request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research on the exponential increment in tuition fees charged to university students. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education recently announced that tuition fees for charged to university students will be increased exponentially from a sum of Kenya shillings 16,000 to Kenya shillings 48,000, effective from January 2021. The Departmental Committee on Education, Honorable Speaker, and Research has openly supported the increase in fees. Honorable Speaker, in light of the fact that the House is proceeding for a long recess from today, and further given the Standing Order 44-2C empowers you as our Speaker to either appoint a day for a response or direct that a statement on an issue raised be made on the same day, I wish to request your indulgence that you direct the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research to respond on the following issues during this sitting this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence. One, does a committee, that is a Committee of Education and Research, support this proposed increment in university fees to our students effective January 2021 in the middle of this COVID pandemic, Honorable Speaker? Does the proposed increment have any budgetary implication with regard to capitation fees for university students? And if so, will such implication mean higher taxation being levied on Kenyans, given that the increment was not factored in the 2021 budget, Honorable Speaker? And you do know, I do know, because I was a chair at the time we were finalizing on the 2021 budget. And unless there's a supplementary that factors in that, it wasn't there. 3, Honorable Speaker, the chairperson to tell us whether, given the short notice issued to parents, has the committee intervened with the National Treasury and the Ministry of Education to ensure that the government fully shoulders the financial burden caused by these fee increments. Honorable Speaker, you will indulge me. If you indulge me, Honorable Speaker, I think it's a matter that is very sensitive to many Kenyan parents, Honorable Speaker. Those of us who have students pursuing university education, that such an exponential increment, threefold from 16,000 to 48,000 shillings per year, Honorable Speaker, at a time when these members of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, will also tell you 6 months down the line, we are yet to get even 1 shilling on account of our CDF funds, and most of our students back in our constituencies rely on CDF bursaries to be able to help them with these fees. If we were to increase these fees threefold, beginning this January, in the midst of the pandemic that is COVID, and knowing how much it has affected many parents, Honorable Speaker, and even those students, some of them do odd jobs in the universities and in communities surrounding their universities. They have been out of school for the better part of this year, and many of them may not afford to be able to reopen school, and we may be denying millions of young people an opportunity. And appreciating that some of the proposals, legislative proposals that are coming with BBI, includes giving a waiver on repayment of the Higher Education Loans Board loans for at least a period, I think, of 4 years. But, Honorable Speaker, as much as that is a good idea, we may be shooting ourselves and those students in the foot if, again, from January, we tell them we are increasing their fees from 16 to 48,000 shillings, yet they can wait for another 4 years without employment, not to be able to repay their loans, Honorable Speaker. And I wish, Honorable Speaker, to seek your indulgence. If the chairperson or the vice chair is here, that you do direct that they get an answer to the Kenyan people, so that parents and students, as they break for Christmas, they know what awaits them in January. If this proposal has the support of the Education Committee, I noticed, Honorable Speaker, in one of the dailies today, the Daily reported that Parliament has agreed with the National Treasury. And being a member of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, I had on my phone about 17 text messages and about 3 WhatsApp messages and calls from my constituents asking me, how can you allow this, Mheshimiwa, at a time you know we have no money? Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would want to go on recess with an assurance to my constituents that come January, either we have CDF for bursary, or we have an assurance from the Committee of Education and the government of Kenya that they will not subject our students and parents to further suffering beyond what they have suffered during this COVID pandemic period. And you know, Honorable Speaker, over close to 2 million people who are in formal employment today are out of employment. Those are parents who had students. Another maybe 3 to 4 million people who are in the informal sector have been affected by this pandemic, and they will have no means to take care of their children. Therefore, if we increase their fees, Honorable Speaker, I think is a matter that is weighty enough for you, Honorable Speaker, to indulge us and do direct the chair to tell us whether when the dailies report Parliament, and I am counted as a member of Parliament, and many other members here who may not be in support, and for the record, Honorable Speaker, I wish to state that I will not in any way support an increment of fees threefold, not even double, Honorable Speaker, at this time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, the request for statement is directed to the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Education. Now, this member for, is it Migori, you have a very unique habit, always raising your hand up. You are not in a primary school. I mean, this behavior, you could, it's extremely, irritating. Even when the Honorable Olagwa Luoch was speaking, your hand was up. I mean, what is this? You think you are the hand up all the time. Are you the chair of education? Are you? You are certainly not. So the Honorable Florence Mutua Mwikali, they have to forget. You can't address me when you are sitting like that. I haven't given you a chance to speak even. Just resume your seat. Or go back to Migori and wait. The Honorable Florence Mutua. The vice chair is the Honorable Ngujiri Wambugu. The chairperson and the vice chairperson have already taken their recess. They are both bereaved. So the Honorable Ishongwa, unless the leader majority has something to say in response, he can on their behalf. Honorable Kimunya.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I am aware that the chair of education is bereaved, and hence she's involved in those arrangements. But it's in our tradition in this parliament, we don't rely on newspaper headlines as the basis for discussion. So whatever is reported is for people to consume for their own entertainment. I'm not aware of any report that has been tabled by the committee here agreeing or disagreeing with the ministry's statement. And in any case, committees do not make the decision. It's this House that will pronounce itself on whether it agrees with the ministry or does not agree with the ministry. So I would like to ask the Honorable Ichung'wah to hold his peace until we have a report from the committee into this House, and the House will then determine the direction it wants to take, so that we don't just play to the galleries for purposes of political mileage, but we actually do things in a structured way as we have always done in this parliament. So let's wait for the direction. I know ministry has made its own. The committee is meeting with the ministry, is engaging with the ministry. They're opening a report to this House, and when we have that report, then we'll be able to make a determination as a House in terms of where we go.
Well, honourable members, even as you say from your places that it does not require parliamentary approval, you, as the House, if you find the need through the leader of the majority party or the leader of the minority party, you can still write to me if the need arises to recall you for a special sitting, if that becomes a reality. You as a House are not without power to stop any such proposals. You are the people's representatives. So you have the, don't say you don't have, you have the power, unless you suddenly now you want to. Is it because of what you are calling BBI that you think you have lost power? No, you have. You still have. Remember Article 95. Even the draft amendment B, Constitutional Amendment B, does not touch Article 95. It has not touched Article 93. It has not touched Article 94. It has not touched Article 96. So why are you donating your authority to the weed, as it is, to the weed? So your powers under the Constitution remain intact. Your authority as the people's representatives. Remember, you are it is uniquely provided in 95(1) that you represent the people of the constituencies and other special interests. In 2, you deliberate and resolve issues of concern to the people. That is so important. That is a matter of concern to the people. So it is indeed within your power to deliberate and resolve through a resolution. And if anybody disobeys the resolution of the House, again, you have the powers to deal with whomever. The oversight authority of state organs and state officers, again, is invested in you. In fact, you have seen, it is this House which has the authority to commence the process of disciplining and removing state officers from office, not any other place. So please, that power, don't forget it now that we are going to recess. 2 months, I know, could be a long time, and there could be momentary lapses of memory. Please, don't allow that to happen. So that power, the Honorable Ishungwa, is still with you. No, but you see, we can, even if we just speak hours until it doesn't help. Yeah, it could be misinformation. The Kenyan newspapers, you know them. They write all manner of stories. Let's not deal with what they are saying. Let us deal with a written circular. Let's deal with the circular. If there's a circular, please get it and bring it here so that the House can deal with it. Member for Garissa Township.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 42.2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the diplomatic relation between Kenya and Somalia. Honorable Speaker, it's now clear that the government of the Republic of Somalia has severed its diplomatic relation with the government of Kenya, largely because of the Kenyan perceived position regarding the upcoming elections in Somalia scheduled for February 2021. Honorable Speaker, as we are aware that Kenyan troops serving under AMISOM has for many years participated in the reconciliation, reconstruction, peace and security building in Somalia, concerned that any diplomatic differences or instability in the region affects our country's national security, I wish to obtain clarifications on a few issues emanating from this last diplomatic matter. Honorable Speaker, in the light of the fact that the House is proceeding for a recess today, and further in consideration that the Standing Order 42.2C empowers the Speaker to direct that a statement on an issue raised be made on the same day, I wish to seek your indulgence that you direct my good friend, the chairperson of the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, to respond to the following issues during this sitting, if he has the relevant information. 1, what specific measures is the government pursuing to ensure that the diplomatic relation between Kenya and Somalia do not deteriorate further? 2, what is the government doing to guarantee the safety of Kenyans working in Somalia, given the ongoing diplomatic spat? 3, could the committee confirm allegations that the state has taken antagonistic position towards the upcoming elections in Somalia and is additionally attempting to influence the same and the outcome? And 4, Mr. Speaker, what is the government doing to ensure Kenya's trade with Somalia is not affected by this diplomatic spat, particularly with regard to the country's exports of miraa and the other imports and exports that the two countries trade in? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kato, you have. Do you want to respond if you have any information?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that such very important matters are coming at the end of the last day of the session. But allow me just to say a few things that are already in the public domain about the matter, but it will be very important to say on the floor of this House as we await for more thorough deliberation on this. And I just want to say that, Mr. Speaker, so far, there is no any official communication in the diplomatic circles, they call it not verbal, from the Federal Republic of Somalia, requesting Kenyan ambassador to Mogadishu to travel to Nairobi for further consultation. So far, no any official communication to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Nairobi. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the purported action by the Federal Republic of Somalia is regrettable as it is based on unsubstantiated claims or allegations as stated by the leader of majority on the issue of them claiming that Kenya is interfering with their internal affairs. Those claims are not substantiated. Three, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the government of Kenya respects and upholds the cardinal international principles of self-determination, sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of all countries, and in particular those in Africa. But Mr. Speaker, having said that, I also want to say that Kenya reiterates its support of the very positive steps taken by the people of Somalia in implementation of the Somali-owned political roadmap. You know, this morning we were debating and ratifying the African Union Charter on democracy, elections, and good governance brought by my committee to the floor of this House. Very unfortunate that we concluded, many members of this House contributed, but we were not able to, Mr. Speaker, protect me from this corner. This is very serious, and so Mr. Speaker, I was saying that it's just unfortunate that we were not able to put the question to it for formal ratification because of lack of quorum in the morning. And I tried through the office of the clerk to request that it be put on this afternoon order paper, just for a question to be put, very important AAU instrument, but our standing orders could not allow that. Standing order number 238, hopefully it's until the next sitting, I don't know when. But I was saying that the document was on democracy, elections, and good governance. And one of the issues in that treaty is regular holding of free, transparent elections as enshrined in the constitution of member states of the African Union. And actually, Somalia is one of them. So, Mr. Speaker, because of that, Kenya respects that, that element of political independence of Somalia. But there is need also, because they are in our region, that they implement the Somali-owned political roadmap on inclusive politics, including the September 2020 agreement between the federal government of Somalia and the federal member states on the election model and election calendar for the 2020-2021. It is therefore incumbent, Mr. Speaker, upon all the political actors in Somalia to stay true to their political commitments, avoid distracting actions. And actually, some of the distracting actions is the matter before the House right now, that issue of, purporting to, send the ambassador from Mogadishu and the one from Nairobi for further consultation, but rather engage in constructively to ensure timely implementation of elections calendar, which will mark another critical phase in the post-conflict reconstruction efforts in Somalia. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Kenya continues to support the people of Somalia in their quest for peace and stability by employing active diplomacy as well as by making meaningful contribution towards re-establishment of institutions of political governance, security sector reforms, trade, development assistance, and humanitarian aid over and above the huge sacrifices made through the African Union mission in Somalia, AMISOM. And the objective of this effort is to foster peace, stability, and good neighborliness that will guarantee and set a firm foundation for political, social, and economic prosperity for the people of Somalia. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I am also aware that there is pressure, especially from the Kenyan side, to reopen the Miraa shipment into Somalia. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, it may also be the other factor that is being used as a bargaining tool for all these, what we are seeing. But we are a country that stand for peace, stand for diplomacy in the region, and that is one of some of our foreign pillars, the pillars of our foreign policy, Mr. Speaker. And I want to assure, as the leader of majority have said, that we are in good diplomatic relation with Somalia, and it will continue that way, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Let me just allow one more intervention from the Honorable Duale, because there's heavy business lined up.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairman for that statement. Listening to him without imputing any motive on the chairman was only reading the statement issued by the PS Foreign Affairs when the ambassadors were recalled. But I'm sure it covered a number of areas. But I think, Mr. Speaker, it is not the business of the Republic of Kenya in the implementation of the democratic and election roadmap of Somalia. That is not our business. Our business in Somalia is, in as far as our role in AMISOM is concerned, making sure there's peace, there's reconciliation, there's stability in the region. How to implement, and that's why even us, using BBI, we want to implement our own system. So I think, Chairman, going forward, we must respect the territorial integrity of each country on how they do elections. But, Mr. Speaker, I think what is at stake, I have said, is the many Kenyans who work in that country. What's at stake is the huge business between our two countries, Miraa being one of it, and many other businesses. And I am sure, as a country, we have invested heavily in the peace and security of Somalia. We have, over the years, in all the successive governments. And I think going forward, I think being the big brother, we are the big brother, and being the most stable country in the region, when we look